A sweeping economic transformation is now live across Saudi Arabia. Our economy is growing, new sectors are emerging, and our culture and heritage are open for exploration, creating exciting opportunities for investors. We're evolving our economic landscape into one that inspires confidence and fosters success, making it even easier to do business in the kingdom, recognized by the World Bank as the most improved and reformed economy globally. We're diversifying across the board, and in the past 2 years, investments in education, healthcare, retail, transportation, and media sectors were open for 100% foreign ownership. From developed metropolitan cities to developing giga-projects such as NEOM, Qiddiya, and Red Sea, Saudi Arabia is becoming the land of opportunities. In 2019, more than 1,100 new foreign investments were licensed in Saudi Arabia, with growth across every sector. The time is now to take part of this future-forward transformation. Saudi Arabia, now live.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Welcome back to the second and the final day of our exceptional virtual summit. An amazing and successful day yesterday, and more enlightening session and speaker lined up today. A topic that has been widely debated in entrepreneurship and SMEs alike, the matter of funding. Our first session today is about unlocking VCs, and moderating this session will be Ariba Rahman. Join me in welcoming Ariba and the session panelists to the stage.
Entrepreneurs, investors, and youth. It is a great pleasure to take part virtually at the G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance Summit. I would like to thank His Royal Highness Prince Fahad bin Mansour bin Nasser bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, Saudi Chair and President for the G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance Saudi Summit 2020, for giving us the opportunity to be part of this summit. Ties between the United Arab Emirates and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia represent a unique and exceptional model of bilateral relations. The strength of the strategic partnership and integration between our two countries is based on brotherhood, cultural heritage, and shared destiny. We are grateful to be part of this highly respectful and prestigious event that is being organized by our brothers in the kingdom. In spite of the exceptional circumstances the entire world is currently experiencing, we are able today to meet virtually to discuss vital issues, thanks to digital technologies that made such summit and meetings a possibility. Technology is continuously evolving, and it is a key enabler of the future, and it is the youth that will lead the journey toward the future. Therefore, young entrepreneurs and SMEs are cornerstones and key drivers of the economic growth and job creation, in which the government and the region are increasingly focusing on nurturing the growth of the youth, innovators, and entrepreneurs, combined with the knowledge, skills, technology, and financial competencies to achieve sustainable development. I would like to call on young people everywhere to seize every opportunity when it's come to leveraging the latest technology in developing innovative projects and startups that serve as development engine in their countries. Thank you all, and I wish you a fruitful day ahead. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, entrepreneurs, investors, and youth.
5,
Hi
4,
there.
1. Go
Hi
ahead.
there. Hi there. I'm Ariba Rahman, entrepreneur myself and president of Citizen Entrepreneur for France G20 YEA. I'm really happy today to have a beautiful panel and moderating it, which is Unlocking VCs. So I would like to welcome Ahmed Al-Shamari, partner at STV Fund, Lo Tony, founding managing partner at Plexo Capital, Grégoire Santis, founder and CEO of Next Stage, Anil Ranadiev, partner at Soma Capital. So I would like to invite each of you, please, to introduce yourself. Ahmed, would you like introducing yourself?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ariba. And thank you, G20 YEA, for the invite. I'm Ahmed Al-Shamari. I'm a partner at STV. STV is a $500 million venture capital fund. We invest in technology, but for all intents and purposes, we're sectors, geography, and stage agnostic.
Thank you very much. Lo.
Thanks for having me. Lo Tony, I'm the founding managing partner of Plexo Capital. We are an institutional investor allocating capital globally across the startup ecosystem. We invest both as a limited partner, investing into other venture funds, as well as investing directly into startups that we source from the portfolios of the venture funds that we've made a commitment to. We spun out of Google Ventures, or GV, as it's now called, where I was a partner in March of 2018. Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much. Grégoire.
Hi, I have been a serial entrepreneur, and back in 2002, I founded Next Stage, which is one of the pioneer and the leader in the growth equity market based in Paris. We invest in France and all over Europe. We have a total of 5.5 billion euros under management, and we focus on fast, innovative, medium-sized companies that we can back from 5 to 50 million euros and being patient investors, long-term with evergreen structure. That's what we do for our living.
Thank you very much, Grégoire. And now Anil.
Anil Ranadive, grew up and based in San Francisco Bay Area. Went to school on the East Coast, did investment banking for a year, worked on startups for 10 years, built an anonymous social network, video analytics company, daily deal site, local recommendation engine, location sharing apps. After 10 years of iterating on different product ideas, started investing with Soma Capital about 6 years ago. My vision was to invest in software to automate the world across any sector or geography. And I've had a kind of close focus on Y Combinator, which is an accelerator, and over 160 billion worth of startups have come out of the ecosystem, Airbnb, Dropbox, Stripe, Reddit, among others. And I've kind of been close to the ecosystem for 15 years since I started, and have some kind of superpowers from family connections. My father is an immigrant from India to the US and built a multi-billion-dollar software company. So it kind of gives us top exec CEO relationships with a lot of large enterprises to help our portfolio companies with customer acquisition. And then also family ownership of Sacramento Kings NBA team, which gives a kind of unique media, sports, entertainment network as well. We're mostly focused on software across both consumer and enterprise.
Thank you very much. Wow, we have a wonderful panel here. So thank you very much. We're very lucky to having you actually. And as you may know, more than thousands of people all over the world are listening to us, and most of them are entrepreneurs. So you can imagine how hot topic it is regarding the VC. So I will start giving some digits because I think it's very important to know that $450 billion are held by funds in North America, with the growth multiplied by 2. 100 billion by Asia. They have a growth of multiplied by 5, and $32 billion by Europe growth multiplied by 4. Now, the COVID pandemic has decreased of 30% on average the valuation of companies. And in your portfolio companies, are they positively affected, unaffected, or negatively affected by the pandemic? So who wants to start? Whoever, maybe Anil, if you want to share with us.
Absolutely happy to. So we've always kind of focused on software to automate the economy and to automate different aspects of a company within a company. And it's getting kind of cliche at this point, but we see ourselves as projected years into the future, given what's happened with the world crisis, where there's new work from home behaviors, and the economy and then companies within companies have never needed more automation than now. And so we've seen tailwinds for many of our portfolio companies, from a company like Deal that automates payroll for remote teams, or a Rippling that is a software for HR, or Ironclad, which is a software to digitize contract signing documentation for teams, similar to a DocuSign, or software for retirement plans like a Human Interest. And then we're also investing in software and logistics, software in agriculture, direct-to-consumer models like Misfits Market, which is connecting the consumer with discounted ugly fruits and vegetables. It has been doing phenomenal. We were also seed in a company called Alto Pharmacy, which is a digital pharmacy, which has also seen tailwinds given the current environment. And we've done some things in life sciences as well, and used kind of family connections and legislation, given my father's software-powered government services, have some government connections, helped one of our portfolio companies called Curative partner with states. They've done over 5 million COVID tests. They were initially doing sepsis testing in early March and kind of pivoted the model. So I'd say for the most part, we've seen our many breakout companies automating different aspects of the economy, and within companies, workflow automation, developer tools that make it easier for developers easier, more efficient, faster to write code. For example, a SOC 2 compliance company that we did called Secure Frame that's doing phenomenal as well. So I'd say overall, we've seen tailwinds in our portfolio from the current climate.
Yeah, I can imagine. So you want to share your experience, Ahmed, because you're specifically in MENA. That would be really interesting to have your impact on portfolios.
Yeah, and by and large, we've had the same experience, right? So from the get-go, one of our core beliefs that digitization is happening. Software is eating the world, as Mark Andreessen says, right? And COVID just proved that digitization is a necessity, not a luxury. Overnight, you're either digitized or not. No, man, it wasn't a question, right? So we've seen it across our portfolios, and in areas which might be obvious in hindsight, right? So one of our portfolio companies is Noon Academy. They do social learning. They doubled their user base over that period. Another company is called Ana. They do grocery delivery. During the lockdowns, the market penetration went essentially from 0.5% to essentially 100%, right? And they had to 5x their capacity to try and keep up with the demand, and they weren't able to. Another company, Mersul, waived its commissions. They do essentially a concierge service where they deliver anything from anywhere. So they waived some of their commissions in order to enable people to continue their daily needs. So for the most part, given that we're software investor, invest in market, invest in B2B SaaS, we've seen positive tailwinds to our portfolio.
Okay, that's great. And what about you, Grégoire?
Our metric of analysis is that present. We are going through a massive and disruptive industrial revolution, and there are not only one disruption about digital, but three. There's another one about around environmental innovation. Look at Elon Musk. And there's another one around what I call smart health. And we were lucky to see that. We think that if we step back and look at our different portfolio companies, all the ones which are taking advantage of digital disruption, environmental innovation, and smart health are benefiting from the tailwinds that we were talking about just before. I'll name some of them, not the 65 of them, but just some of them. IZOP in artificial intelligence around natural language, which has been picked by Oracle, and which is becoming the source of energy for that. I will talk about Innova Software, who was able to gather on virtually 3,300 pharmaceutical companies around the vaccine for the COVID-19 all over the world. I will talk about Udrive, who is in Europe, the leading solution about digital security for sensitive data, which is a big topic in Europe for obvious reason. I mean that those companies are clearly benefiting from one major trend that may be summarized by one number, one figure, which is until February of 2020, e-commerce was representing 16% of the GDP. After June, e-commerce is representing now 33%. We think that in 4 months, it achieved more than what had been achieved in 20 years. And this is the crisis of the COVID-19 is a catalyst of the emergence, the brutal emergence of the new drivers and the new leaders. That's what we see at next stage.
Thank you very much. Lo, do you want
Sure, I'll take maybe a little bit of a different approach. I'll give some insight into how we actually manage the unfortunate crisis. So once it became apparent that COVID was going to potentially have an impact on both society and our economy, we did a quick triage of our portfolio companies to make sure that they had enough runway, number one, to be able to get through where we thought we were going to see the ability to have some clarity around what the market was going to do to react to COVID, as well as get an understanding of what the potential impact could be on both revenues and demand for our companies. So we categorize those both for runway in red, yellow, green, and then also revenue impact in red, yellow, green. And, you know, the good news is that our companies had enough runway from a cash basis to be able to get to a good point. And then just like a lot of the other panelists have mentioned, we actually ended up seeing a lot of tailwinds to many of our companies. I'll give a few examples. So one of our companies is Virtual Kitchen, which is a ghost kitchen that provides the ability for services like Uber Eats and DoorDash to be able to, you know, have well-positioned in a hub and spoke model access for their customers to the most popular food in a particular geographic region. And we've just seen nothing but an increase in demand overall. That sector was already accelerating from demand, and all COVID has done is just to further increase the tailwinds. So, you know, I think that speaks to something in general, which is a trend that we're seeing. I think there's two ways I think about this market and where opportunities exist for companies. There are already those companies that were seeing a significant increase in demand. And I would put definitely food delivery as one of those, whether it's prepared food delivered by the likes of Uber Eats, or whether it's groceries for the likes of Instacart. So we were already seeing good demand there, and all COVID has done is just kind of further accelerate that demand. And then I would say there were some existing services, obviously, you know, companies like Zoom, which, you know, pleased to say Zoom was seed financed by one of the Plexo Capital portfolio GPs, Maven Ventures. And obviously, given that we're in an environment where we have minimal contact with everyone, conference services like Zoom have become an essential part of the ability for us to be able to do diligence as investors or participate in conferences like we're doing today. So we've seen an increase there. We've seen an increase in other things related to screens like Netflix. You know, Netflix has seen their subscriber base really grow and usage increase. So, you know, I think all of those things are to be expected given that people are spending more time at home. And then I think there's another category that we have yet to really fully realize and understand where the potential exists, which is there are many behaviors that we believe are going to persist after we come across the finish line and are able to get the pandemic under control. I think there's a lot of things that we've begun to do that are these behaviors that are becoming the new normals, and they're going to drive another wave of innovation. And I don't know that we've actually seen the results of that yet, but I think there's a lot of smart entrepreneurs that are probably listening to us right now, thinking of a lot of great ideas and will be the next great companies of the future.
Thank you very much. So we all agree that all the trends are changing, the trends of investments, the trends of startups and businesses. So do you believe, Ahmed, that they are different according to geographical zone?
The nature of the opportunities are different, right? So one core of our investment thesis is that in MENA there is a mismatch between supply and demand when it comes to digital, right? And to give some numbers and example, Saudi Arabia's fair share of e-commerce spend is 2 times its fair share. Social media usage, right? So it's between 8 to 10 times its number of users fair share between Twitter, YouTube, and Snapchat. So that's on the demand side. But if you look at the supply side, you find that KSA captures around 15% of its fair share of e-commerce revenue, and around 60% of digital advertising revenue. So we believe that there are opportunities here to capture the local demand, right? So that's on one side. The other side is you see the growth in the ecosystem. And one very interesting figure that venture funding in Saudi in the first half of 2022 actually grew. So a record of 102% year-over-year growth in the same period. So despite COVID, despite lockdowns, venture funding still grew, which speaks to the tremendous opportunity available in the market.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Do you want to add something regarding European zone, Grégoire?
Yeah, I think that in Europe, on one side, where YEA for the last 10 years.
Oh. Okay, I think he's having some connection problem. So. Okay, maybe we lost him. Are you with us? We can't hear you properly. Okay.
Where you can see that there are great opportunities to be leveraged. There are some around.
Actually, we couldn't hear what you said. Unfortunately, I think you are having a bad connection. I'm sorry about that.
And I see you.
Okay. So, okay, thank you very much, Grégoire. I have a question, being myself
I have a
entrepreneur.
good.
A lot of
I
entrepreneurs
can
have questions. Have
hear
questions
you
regarding.
and I can see you.
Okay. Thank you, Grégoire. I don't know if I'm the only one who can't hear him properly, or everyone out there, but I'm sorry about that. I have a question because being myself entrepreneur, a lot of entrepreneurs are always wondering why all VCs want to invest in Silicon Valley startup. However, in other countries, the rest of the world, entrepreneurs are non-stop running after VC. Do you want to answer to this question, Anil?
Yeah, sure. So I think, myself growing up fully immersed in Silicon Valley, having watching my father build Tibco, this incredible enterprise software company. And he was also involved at the early stages, mentoring, advising the likes of Google, Yahoo, Salesforce, eBay, Steve Jobs, and Steve is building next operating system. And then my own full immersion in my YC ecosystem, set of friends there that built the Dropbox, Reddit, Scribd, Twitch, Cruises of the world. You have many proof points, and you have kind of mafias of people. There's the famous PayPal mafia that went on to build YouTube and Yelp and Elon Musk companies, and Reid Hoffman with LinkedIn. You have YC mafias where a couple people, a good friend of mine, Justin Kahn, was wearing a camera in his head, live streaming his life with his friends from Yale. They ended up pivoting the company into social cam, Twitch, which was live streaming videos, sold to Amazon for $1 billion, Cruise, self-driving car company. And so I think the more examples you have, the more you have kind of a magnet for talent, for advisors, for big customers to want to take a shot on a small startup, for great people to all want to flock and come and get involved. And we've seen this play out with our own portfolio. We were one of the first investors in a company called Rappi that's also seen tailwinds in the current markets, like an Instacart for Latin America, grocery delivery. They're now moving into all types of delivery services. And they started in Bogota, Colombia, and they scaled to Mexico City and Sao Paulo and all major cities in Latin America. And it's one of the fastest growing technology companies in Latam now. And they've created their own mafia of founders that have been at Rappi that have left to do other things. One is called Frubana, that's a direct-to-consumer grocery delivery product. Another couple people that led growth at Rappi left to start a company called Laika, that's a pet delivery service similar to a Chewy of Latin America. And when I invested in Rappi 5.5 years ago, I was kind of just getting started learning how to invest and be a good investor. And many of my kind of brilliant tier one legendary name VC friends, they said, hey, don't touch Latin America. There's just too much political instability. We don't really understand the lay of the land there. And at the Y Combinator demo day, I had invested before the demo day. People literally would just go down the list and cross off all the non-US companies and even look. So I think I hear some echoes. To answer your question, I think we just need more examples, kind of great teams paving the way, showing that it's possible to get to scale. And as the more that happens, the more you have a kind of black hole for new venture dollars coming in. Passionate, fearless entrepreneurs seeing that it's possible. When Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile mark, then all of a sudden you have like high school kids breaking the mark. And so you just need that first person, I think, or the first couple founders to really break through and show that it's possible to scale and raise enough capital to get to scale, attract enough talent for others to go follow suit.
Thank you very much. Lou, would you like to add something to this question?
Yeah, I think that was very well said by Anil, and we're fortunate as well that Rappi is actually one of our indirect portfolio companies from one of our GPs out of Mexico. So I think what I will add is that there's this thought within the ecosystem that Silicon Valley is the be all end all. And without question, Silicon Valley in the Bay Area is where all of this started, is where all the magic began. But one of the more interesting things, I think, just to touch on Anil's point, is that Silicon Valley doesn't have a monopoly on all the best ideas. You know, great ideas can originate anywhere. We have historically seen that because of the close interconnectivity of Silicon Valley, that ideas are able to scale quicker because one has access to the ability to get capital that's needed, the ability to identify the right employees to build the product, the ability to, you know, have customers. You know, one of the other great things about all of the larger companies in Silicon Valley is they're very, you know, they're willing to take a risk and buy products from startups, right? And so that's really interesting and a way for companies to be able to start to scale quickly. And then obviously the density of the capital finances all those activities. But that said, you know, within the United States, we've seen the development of other ecosystems, you know, New York, Seattle, Los Angeles, Austin, and I think even looking globally, you know, we're now in a global environment and innovation doesn't know any boundaries. Innovation doesn't know where country lines exist. Innovation doesn't know what the stock market is doing. So innovation is just going to happen. And again, kind of going back to what we're seeing right now with the pandemic, I think there's an increased level of comfort and I think actually a greater accessibility by entrepreneurs to those that have capital, because everyone now is in front of their screen. We don't have to waste time traveling to go see a company. We don't have to get on a plane to go see a company. Everyone's kind of become accustomed to this new normal of being able to interact and get to know each other over video. And I think another thing that will happen is, you know, historically, there's been a company that might not have been based in Silicon Valley, but investors will pressure the entrepreneurs to move to the Bay Area. You know, we'll invest in your company, but only if you move to the Bay Area. And I think what's happened during the pandemic is that not only are companies realizing that by having a remote staff, that staff can actually be very productive, right? I think that is also happening with investors. Investors are realizing that, wow, I guess we don't actually need to have those companies move to the Bay Area. Wow, I guess we could actually invest in a company that has a distributed workforce. So I think these are all positive tailwinds for entrepreneurs around the globe. And again, back to the audience that's listening now, you know, I would absolutely recommend that people try to identify those investors that are now more open to truly investing on a global basis as opposed to just investing into their own backyards.
Yeah, that's so true, because we don't have any barrier right now thanks to this digitalization. You're so right, actually. Thank you very much. I have a question for you, Ahmed, because we all know that all the entrepreneurs now, they want to have a different kind of impact on the world, different kind of engagement and responsibility when they build a business. So for you, is that a trend that all the VC funds are following? And according to you, what are the 3 most attractive sectors for investments in present circumstances?
Absolutely. Given COVID, it has become more visible, right? So one example I mentioned is Noon Academy. So Noon Academy is a company started out of Saudi Arabia. They're now present in markets across MENA. They're in Egypt, but they're also in India and Pakistan. And their goal is to increase access to education, and not only that, make education fun. Today, they're competing with Fortnite. This is what they're trying to do, and with a North Star metric of educating 50 million students. And so this is an example of a company that is very impact driven, that was only accelerated by COVID. Health tech is another area, right? So all of us, a lot of us, like wearables, fitness trackers or Apple Watches or whatever, right? And these devices have sensors, blood oxygen sensors, temperature, heart rate. What's stopping us from using these to detect COVID, right? Yesterday I was reading an article on MIT researchers who are able to up to a 95% accuracy to diagnose COVID through a recording of a cough. So health tech is another sector. But also maybe taking it a step higher, it also showed that infrastructure is super critical. Internet is not a luxury. Not only that, internet enables you to go do video conferencing, share large files. The internet became the way you work, the way you connect to your family, and the way you get your daily essentials. So infrastructure, be it internet, be it the transition from bits to atoms, logistics, all of those have become increasingly important, and it's impact driven for the most part.
Thank you very much. So now I have a question for all of you, of course, but I would like to start with Anil, because you specify on your website and you give a focus on Black founders and female founders. And because I know that in Europe, for example, there are only 9% of women founders. I suppose it's not far better in the United States. What do you do to make it better?
Yeah, so I think, I guess, I wish I had the answer to that. I think, it's a great, I think the starting point is what you're doing right now, which is asking the question. And then, we should all be asking the question. I come from, I guess my dad's Indian, come from an immigrant, Indian father background, mother's American. And many of the greatest American stories all were are kind of like immigrant, self-made American dream stories and come from all types of backgrounds. And so I wish I could take some credit for focusing on trying to back more female and minority founders. But I've kind of just followed the lead of my friends at Y Combinator, led by Michael Seibel at the helm, and they've kind of called it out and tried to make it a focus. I believe in, and I think I might have gleaned this from a podcast that Lo was on a while back, speaking of basically just looking for opportunity first and foremost, and that by kind of not following the herd mentality and by looking at diverse outlier backgrounds and stories, that's where mountains can be moved. And so, we want to create the highest returns possible for our investors. And I've kind of fast followed my good friend Seibel leading YC with kind of what they're doing in trying to think outside the box and look at outlier stories, cultures, backgrounds across any sector or geography. And so, we've called it out on our website, similar to what YC has done. And it's yielded incredible results. Some of our fastest growing teams are female or minority led, for example, and getting some tailwinds in the current market, like a Flutter Wave, which is a Stripe for Africa, is doing phenomenal. Among many others in our over 200 portfolio companies. And so, I think for us, we want to generate the highest returns possible for our LPs. And we think backing diverse teams across any sector, culture, or geography is what's going to hopefully longer term set a strong example and ultimately ideally level the playing field more one day.
Thank you very much, Anil. Grégoire, do you want to tell us how you accompany them? Grégoire, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's perfect.
The answer is one, we try to surround them with an entrepreneurial ecosystem, as Lou and Anil were mentioning that. what they do in the Silicon Valley, and we do that because the more intensive and the more fertile is the ecosystem environment, the more the easier they grow and the faster they grow. Two, we try to foster and to focus on three things. One is how can we accelerate the innovation trend and to industrialize the way they integrate innovation at the core of their business. There are a lot of good benchmark that we were able to bring back from the US where I used to live. Two, we try to have them to go global, but because we believe it's key when you have a powerful idea and a disruptive innovation, then your potential market can be the world. And how can you go global? And three, in that perspective, because we focus more on growth equity than on venture companies, we do a lot of, we help them a lot to do acquisitions. To give you an example, we made 135 investments since 2002, and we have achieved more than 342 acquisitions for those, which means that in average we do 3-4 acquisitions per portfolio companies, and those are the ways that we try to help them to grow. And then the last point is we try to develop what we call the connecting the dots program, which goes from the G20 YEA to the that has been fertilizing a lot the way they could optimize the growth. That's what we do at Next Stage.
Thank you very much. That's really interesting to know. So now we are coming to the end of this beautiful discussion. So for closing, I would like to ask to each of you in one word, what is your investment strategy for upcoming years? Lo, for example. Do you have this magical word?
Make money.
Good. These are two words and that's perfect. Ahmed, what would you say?
Bullish. And to Anil's point of the 4-minute mile, we're lucky enough to have been backers of Kareem. So people were wondering, is it possible to create a unicorn, $1 billion company out of MENA? Kareem proved it's not only possible to create a unicorn, they created the $3 billion company. And we're already seeing the Kareem Mafia starting companies, high-profile companies like Swivel, Maktab, and Halan, and Sari. So I would go with bullish.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Anil?
Let's see. I really like make money. I'm gonna try to be different. I'll say help founders. I feel like that's the bread and butter. If I can, I'm 6 years in. I'm just getting started. If I can be known as being helpful to founders, like everything will kind of stem from there. Good stuff will happen.
Yeah, that's perfect. Supportive. Grégoire?
Build global champions, and because that's the best way to create value. And we try to focus on that around not only digital, but smart healthcare and as well as environmental innovation, because I think that they would be the two other drivers.
Perfect. Thank you very much for all of you, Grégoire, Anil, Lo, and Ahmed. That was wonderful having you. Thank you again. Stay safe, everyone out there, and thank you for listening to us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Mohammed Ashur from the Saudi host team at YEA. This session will be moderated by Mr. Alex Gill and with titled Social Entrepreneurship as a Key to Sustainable Development. Mr. Alex, you have the floor.
Great, thanks very much, Mohammed. And I'd like to welcome our panel. You're at the panel on social entrepreneurship and the relationship with sustainable development. I've been a social entrepreneur for 20 years. I've worked on 6 different social startups or scale-ups, and I also set up Canada's largest social enterprise incubator, which currently hosts about 35 different startups. So I'm honored to be moderating this discussion because we've got some very accomplished people around the call who are going to be able to share their experiences with us. Now, we've got a large panel today, so in a relatively short amount of time, and I want to make sure we hear from everybody around the panel so that we have a good discussion. So I'm going to start by framing the discussion and talking about the relationship between social enterprise and sustainability. And then I'm going to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves. So we've essentially got a continuum where social enterprise, we have pure play enterprises, for-profit, non-profit, whatever you want to call them, on one side of the equation, and they're focused on core social issues. And then as you kind of move across the spectrum of businesses, you've got some businesses over on the other side that are traditional for-profit businesses, but they want to become more social and want to become more sustainable. And there's a whole bunch of hybrid models that are in between those two. And the neat thing we've got on this panel today is we've got representatives who are essentially from different places in that ecosystem. We have people who are doing pure play social startups. We have people who are in the funding business, people who are consulting and talking to all these different things. We have people who are trying to work with governments to create more social entrepreneurs. So that's a very broad spectrum that we have across this panel. Now, we've also got 7 people. So the thing I'll remind everybody is often when you have a shorter amount of time, if you say to somebody, tell me about yourself, and it's 10 minutes, all of a sudden, if 7 people take 10 minutes, our entire time is up. So I'm going to ask our panelists to kind of make sure their comments are focused. And we're going to start with a general question and a general intro. Then we're just going to try to draw out some of the conversation and some of the very interesting things that people are doing. So I'm going to start by asking our panelists in alphabetical order to describe what their business or organization does with respect to social issues or sustainability. And in no more than 3 or 4 sentences, talk about where you fit on that broad social enterprise and sustainability continuum, and then answer an initial question. From your perspective, what's the biggest challenge we face right now in the overall field of sustainability and social impact? And Mohammed Al-Arifi, we're going to start with you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, whatever part of the world you're from. So my name is Mohammed Al-Arifi. I work for the Small and Medium Enterprises General Authority in Saudi. My role is, you rightly positioned, Alex, where there is the typical traditional businesses that are for-profit on one side, and then there is the NGO on the other side. So our role in the SME Authority is to create social entrepreneurship or social enterprises that leverage commercial methods to address social needs in a socially innovative manner and sustainable, financially sustainable. So that's our role.
Okay, fantastic. And I'm wondering about the first question. Well, what do you think the biggest thing is that we need to deal with in social enterprise and sustainability right now?
I think the main thing is to build that network of social enterprises, and where people buy social, people sell social, as well as what we lack is the awareness and education, which is also, and the mindset that needs to be developed from the ground up.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to turn to Mohammed Ashur. We're going in alphabetical order from Athar Consultancy. Mohammed, could you introduce yourself, talk a little bit about what you do, and then address the question that we just began with?
Sure. This is Mohammed Ashur, General Manager and Senior Consultant in Sustainability and Impact at Athar Consultancy. Well, the main role that we do at Athar is try to, as a consultancy, try to support entities wherever they are, whoever they are, to build sustainably structured programs, initiatives, and structures when it comes to community development, social impact, social responsibility, and to sustainability as a whole and alignment with SDGs. We also help them and support them to actually reach the SDGs of 2030 and the Saudi Vision 2030. So our work is focused with the NGOs at first and expands to the private and public sector to create that ecosystem to be sustainable, involving all stakeholders, of course.
So very cool. And your thoughts on the biggest challenge we're facing in social enterprise and sustainability right now?
Well, I believe that it differs from different parts of the world, but the main challenge is awareness. I think people from all sectors and stakeholders from different categories need to empower and encourage social enterprises, because that's going to be the engine driving and the catalyst driving a lot of initiatives moving forward. So awareness and maturity of the business are key to actually creating that sustainable practice and having it moving forward.
Great, thanks very much. We're going to turn to Aurélie Bila from Kairos Hotel in Paris. Aurélie?
Yes, nice to meet you. So my role is to help all the companies to become, to enter in the RSE era. Actually, I'm a consultant, so I know a lot about all the social and sustainable questions. The reason is that I have my own agency, which is a design agency specialized in eco-conceptions. So every day we try with the teams to build schools, offices, with the same concern and the same aim to answer the CSR strategies of all the big companies we are working for. So actually, I was just talking about the last project we had, which is called the Resilient School, and actually in a tough context as the one we are facing at this stage, this is the most relevant project I want to focus on, but I will go further if you want to after that.
And your thoughts on the biggest challenge we're facing when it comes to social enterprise and sustainability?
The biggest challenge to me is actually, I know that when we are experiencing a big crisis, people think that everybody will have in mind that a change is needed, but once you have passed the crisis, then the things turn to be what they used to be. So if we don't manage to find the right arguments and the right way to be really optimistic and to show that sustainability is not only something annoying and or something not very exciting, we will fail. I mean, we have to show people that they can keep on with enjoying themselves and becoming real sustainable ambassadors at the same time.
Interesting. Steph Lamage from Lamage Media Group. You're joining us from Vancouver today. It's still very early in Vancouver. Tell us how you fit within this overall social enterprise realm.
Good morning, everyone. It is 7 a.m. here, so it's not too bad. Sorry about those technical difficulties, and I'm happy to see everybody. So my name is Steph. I'm a social entrepreneur with an international background in media, film production, humanitarianism, human rights and law, and just getting a little feedback on your mic there from Paris, if you don't mind muting.
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Aurélie, if you could mute your mic. We're going to get feedback from your mic.
Yeah, so I'm the founder and CEO of several companies and media properties within our media group, and that includes an incorporated not-for-profit organization. And we produce international social impact and media mentorship programs. I started my work doing grassroots arts outreach at age 23 in Canada's poorest postal code here in the downtown east side. And then I moved to Haiti for half a decade, where I learned international humanitarian architecture and started investing in human capital. So I believe in using business and innovation as a way to create positive social change. And I want to leave the earth and humanity in better condition than when I arrived on it.
Okay. So same question as everybody else. What's the biggest priority we've got right now in social enterprise and sustainability?
We need to take action. We don't need to have more panels. We need to walk away from this and look at our business models and say, you know what am I doing that I could upgrade so that this model could be more relevant for all of the social issues that we're facing. You know, we're dealing with various crises in a simultaneous fashion that are affecting all of us. So we've got pandemics, we've got climate change, we've got an economic crisis. So all of us are capable of affecting change. So just leaving it up to a few clusters of people to take care of it really isn't going to work anymore. It's like wearing a suit from 1979 and walking down the street today and being like, check out my suit, guys. This is an awesome suit. And they're like, nobody, like, it's not 1979 anymore. You know, you need to get a new suit. So we don't need to throw out the original governance structure. We just need to add some new modules, upgrade it, but the modules that will work in Canada aren't going to work in Saudi Arabia. They're not going to work in Turkey. So what we're going to need to do is just adopt those models to suit our cultural landscapes. So we really just need to take action. Like, we don't need to talk about it anymore. As far as
I'm hearing action, but consciousness of the context in which it's happening.
Yeah, just get her done. New playbook.
Just get her done.
Yeah.
Oliver in the UK, your thoughts on this? Could you introduce yourself and maybe ponder a bit on the question?
Of course. I'm Oliver Mochizuki. I'm the CEO of a funding and investment company in the UK. I also head up Trillion, which is our impact investment arm, which is focused on connecting investors, both private and institutional, with large-scale renewable energy projects, infrastructure, housing. So we sit in between capital and companies and effectively bring them together. In terms of the biggest challenge that we face from a financial and sort of funding standpoint, for us, the biggest challenge is the funding gap. So to meet the UN SDGs by 2030, we need about $7 trillion a year to be invested. Currently, we're putting in about 3 trillion. So there's a very large shortfall that every year we don't bridge that funding gap, it gets harder and harder. And just to sort of mirror what Steph said, you know, we're very much of the opinion that the time for talk is over and the time for action is now. So that's our core focus. I'm also a family office advisor, and I work with a lot of different private families, lots of different funds, and there seems to be a real appetite to fund impact investment. So that's heartening, at least.
Two people echoing the call for action, not words. I'm going to throw to Fatima Montiel in Mexico. Fatima, a quick introduction and your take on the question.
Thank you, Alex. I'm so happy to be here. I'm Fatima Montiel. I'm the National President of Young Entrepreneurs in Mexico. And I'm really involved in education. Sophia is a team of education that helps students to...
Could you bring your mic closer to your mouth, Fatima?
Yeah, of course, Alex. If that works
Beautiful.
better. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we provide the teachers with the virtual tools that allows them to connect with the cognitive and social emotional aspect. I understand that the education, we need education. We need to get involved in high school. We need to get involved in middle and elementary schools to make the children understand that they can resolve problems and they are intelligent and they can come with the gamification, with technology, with connections. And I guess that's what we have to do, more actions, but understand that the education will resolve these problems with young entrepreneurs.
Okay. And thank you, Fatima. For those who might have lost some of those words in the audio issue, Fatima was talking about connective tools for education that kind of essentially empower children to understand how they can resolve problems. So very interesting lead into our final introduction, Sarah Sawaf. Sarah, could you tell us a little bit about what you do and your thoughts on the question?
Hi, so I'm a founder of I Animations, and we create edutainment content for young children through animations, apps, and books rooted in universal values that promote community-based efforts, accountability, gratitude, and respecting the environment. We're developing educational activities and curriculums around our content, and we'll partner with schools and NGOs as one of our distribution channels. We look to measure our social impact with our customers through our content and gamification in the future. A second thing is, as a social business, one of our goals is to hire large teams to co-create. And we're looking at ways to impact youth through employment and empower them by giving them more access to jobs in this space to create content around our themes. And I think the biggest challenge is the lack of understanding by investors of patient capital. Patient capital is required to be able to grow a startup that has both social accountability as well as financial accountability. And most investors in the Arab world are still not open to patient capital.
That's interesting. Actually, I'm gonna pursue that as a question that I'll throw to Oliver, but then I'd love to bring other people in on that one. We often run into a lot of different themes in social change. One is around awareness, and I'll touch base with our Saudi friends on that in a minute. But the other is also around how does the money suit the need? And Oliver, you're kind of right in the middle of that. I wonder if you could give your perspective on how we address that. That a lot of social innovators are saying, I just need the money to do this, but there's a gulf with investors who look at it and say, I'm not quite sure how I play a role here.
Well, one of the biggest challenges that we've seen is the early stage development funding. So whether it's pre-feasibility or a more in-depth feasibility study into a project, we find that $1 to $3 million can be the hardest piece of money to secure, even more difficult than large-scale investment. There's probably $6 trillion on the American side alone from the top 10 investor banks and groups. But that's a minimum of $50 million, right? So how do you get a project funded in the early stage of its development? And the answer to that is you've got to have investors that are willing to take a risk. It's actually my belief that in the not too distant future, all companies and investments will be judged by the benefit from a social and environmental position. I think that's mirrored by BlackRock, and we're seeing that being picked up now by American investors, Chinese investors. So there's no easy answer to it, but you have to be able to take more risks. And we have to have more green bonds. We have to have more funding at the right time and at the earliest stage, for sure.
Okay, so Sarah's talking about patient capital, so not looking for the immediate return. You're talking about a diversity of different funding sources that, depending on where the innovator is, they can access. And you're also, I hear, mentioning scale, right?
Yeah, there's different types of funding needed at different stages. So we began life in crowdfunding, and we've done a lot of work with homeless projects, refugee support, different rights issues, and sometimes just getting that early stage little bit of money to get started can be the key. And when I began working in social enterprise, there was a business or a charity. There was nothing in the middle. So I think that moving forward, we're going to have to deploy dozens of types of funding to meet the need.
Interesting. And then that leads us to some of the people who are on the front lines of getting their enterprise running. I'll throw to Aurélie and then to Steph and then to Fatima and back to Sarah. What are you running into when it comes to, you've all got very interesting, powerful ideas about how change happens. Oliver's saying, oh, well, there's a whole funding side over there that needs to be connected in. Is funding the main barrier? Or are there other things you're running into where you think, okay, this is something a little more salient? I'll start with Aurélie. What do you think of this equation? Oh, sorry, Orly, you're on mute.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, now we're good.
Yeah, funding is a barrier. It's the first barrier, of course, because if we talk about big projects with long-term, midterm, long-term goals to achieve a real results, we need to be sponsored now by investors that give. That invest and that believe that the idea is really good and valuable. And I would say this is a point which is very difficult to achieve because of when we talk about education, it's very linked to, in my case, it's very linked to the states, and it's difficult for them to not to discriminate one project from another. Otherwise, you can go to private schools, but it's different as well because they have less money. And if you want your project to be strong enough, you have to do both. I mean, public and private. So I'm talking France because I know for the French system much more than the others. But of course, what we need to start with is a private investor at the first stage. Actually, I'm more or less discussing with one which could be very, very interested. They have many businesses and they have, assets all over the country, and we could start with them to at least to test one concept, and then to go ahead with that.
So the traditional, we're going to pilot, produce results, and maybe leverage additional investment.
Correct.
Okay, so our other frontline entrepreneurs. I'll start with Steph and then talk to Fatima and Sarah. Orly's outlining an interesting path that I think a lot of entrepreneurs have heard. Is money the main barrier here, or are there other things that you think you're running into?
I think if you focus on money, it becomes a barrier. I think if you focus on the work and you find the resources by being an entrepreneur, by bootstrapping, doing some side hustle consulting, using that to fund your R&D so that you can get your case study, because the challenge is always trying to iterate a concept to people who don't understand the framework that you're working in. You know, so it's like you're talking about spaceships and people are driving old Volvos. And, you know, you need to be able to break it down into, you know, if you're talking to a numbers guy, you've got to talk numbers. You know, you need to make sense within a corporate law framework to be able to show people what's the ROI. Well, in 10 years, if we invest in this young man, he is not going to have as many health claims. He's not going to have, you know, as many challenges that he's going to be facing as a young adult, where he could potentially end up in incarcerated, which is going to just cost money again then too, right? So the longer term investment strategy at looking at the 10, 15, 20 years down the line, which isn't as attractive, but if you have built out specific case studies from the past and you've been documenting your work efficiently, then it's a no-brainer. But it's, I think, a matter of just having the confidence to believe that you can make that difference. And by having the confidence to create space in an ecosystem where it can be quite uncomfortable, because people don't like the idea of having to change anything. So they'll reject you and they'll project all of their insecurities and all of their stuff on you. And so you just have to be this sounding board for everybody's, you know, psychological and socio and economic issues, and just keep trucking along, doing your thing and building out and trying to make the world a better place. Like, money's always going to be a challenge, but money is, it's not even real. You know, what is real is you and I, all of us here, and that we're sharing the same planet, and there's some problems on it. So we're intelligent people, let's fix them. It's not that complicated. If somebody has money, it's a tool. I have a camera, I give it to a boy to give him a job. It's a tool. So it's all how you use those tools. You can choose to use that tool to buy a nicer car and look good on Instagram, or you can buy a Toyota Yaris, you know, and then you can use your money to save, you know, and invest in your own projects. So I guess I look at it a bit differently.
Interesting. Fatima, your take on this, because as Steph's pointing out, a lot of entrepreneurs often fixate on the money when there are a lot of other options around them about growing their venture.
Yeah, of course. Like crowdfunding is a way that you can share your idea with people and then they will invest in your idea. But there's a joint venture. For me, venture capital needs to get more involved in social enterprise. Okay.
Yeah.
Now it's better.
Better, thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience.
I was talking about the crowdfunding is a way that you can encourage people to come to help and resolve an idea. Joint venture is another way that you have a tool. You have some problems, but you can change a lot of these problems with joint venture. At the same time, venture capital needs to invest in this idea because the only way to reduce and help people is to make them to create more money. Even that for me, money is a tool, is a need, but you need more than just that tool. You need a team. You need to be focused and have a great team, and everyone needs to be an excellent expert of what they do. For me, crowdfunding is an international way of helping this idea and way more than that, I guess.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to bring in our Saudi friends in a sec. But Sarah, you started this conversation off. Any final thoughts on being on the front lines, money, and the other things that you can work on?
So I think funding is important to increase the impact. Investors need to understand a double bottom line, measuring not just financials, but also the social impact. Alignment between the investor and the social entrepreneur is very important, and they need to understand that in the long run, social businesses do better.
Okay, thank you. So Mohammed Al-Arifi and Mohammed Ashur, you guys are part of an ecosystem, a very dynamic, growing ecosystem in Saudi Arabia, where the individual problems that people are talking about, money, frontline experience, the awareness that you guys raised at the start, you're trying to address this on a very, very big scale, on a nationwide scale. So I'll start with Mohammed Al-Arifi. You're trying to make change happen on a very, very big level. How's that going? Reflections on what you're hearing.
Definitely, Alex. So our focus is when building an ecosystem, we would consider that we are doing it from the bottom up, from scratch, where there are existing social enterprises, but we want to set a definition and then, or not a definition, and like a description. And then so we'll be able to contain it and build the network and the community. So we focus on 5 main dimensions. The first one is awareness and promotion, where it starts from school stages, from success stories, from different messages that we can do, hackathons, competitions, etc., just to raise the awareness. And then from the infrastructure, where we look at the legal structure, the platforms for the physical and virtual platforms for startups to start a social enterprise, such as incubators, accelerators, etc. And then we look at the funding, where we seek for products that are available in the ecosystem that provide funding for social enterprises. The awareness is there. The impact investment is a trending type of investment that's happening. And when we're not only looking for one type of funding, where we want to have the equity funding, the lending, as well as the grants, or in some cases, especially in the social, you'll find donations that can help start a sustainable business. The 4th dimension is the access and network, where we can help to build an ecosystem. We have to identify or provide access to data as our role as government, drive demand, build the networks, build the network from the buy side, from the corporates, from the government, where they can buy social. And the last dimension is training and mentorship. So once you've identified and driven that demand, to have successful social enterprises, you need to provide them with access to mentorship, training, so they can help fulfill this demand.
Okay, very interesting. Like this is a comprehensive approach to doing things. And Mohammed Ashur, I'm going to focus on what Mohammed Al-Arifi talked about as the first stage, which is awareness, because you mentioned that in your first piece. In Canada, we say when you're younger, you can't be what you can't see. So exposing people to different ways of doing things and different paths and different models is kind of the beginning point for behavioral change and social change. I wonder if you could share your thoughts, because you're working on the front lines of this as well.
Yes, I believe that awareness is very crucial, because yet you don't want to only encourage social enterprises. You want to make the ecosystem accepted, and not accepted just as an enterprise, but accepted as an enterprise with access to social impact. And social impact is a very important aspect of the socio-economic ecosystem. Raising awareness, as Mohammed Arifi mentioned, is one of the cornerstones, because you want people to have that knowledge enough to support the ecosystem with social enterprises, and you want them to accept that what companies present. In addition to entrepreneurs themselves with their innovative idea and their creativity to bring social aspects into the equation. It's not only about the money, not just that. It's also about creating a sustainable social impact that does not start with only the DNA at the early stages, but continues throughout the journey of that enterprise. And I believe awareness is that key, because once you get that awareness to the community that is the audience and the stakeholders and the customers, you also get it to those who enable the enterprise, whether they're stakeholders, employees, entrepreneurs, and so forth. And it's a pyramid. It should involve the community, the business sector, and the government, because you want laws that support social enterprises. You want laws that encourage social enterprises. Again, there are a lot of entrepreneurs that love to do something good for the community, but if the system does not host that kind of business, that's another issue. And if you have both of those set, and then you don't have the audience enough to encourage that, such as electric cars, for example. That's just on the top of my head. If you don't have the awareness in the community to actually go forward with that, then yet you'd not achieve the full circle to sustainability.
Interesting, and I'm going to pick up on the green consumer and the kind of the systemic factors that both of you guys have mentioned if we have time. Steph, I know you were kind of waving there. Did you have a comment on the awareness issue?
Yeah, so in terms of social impact investment, the challenge that I found, starting 10 years ago was that we're expected to take on debt in order to solve problems that are affecting us all. And so entrepreneurs are told to solve problems, but if you're helping, humans who are in need, I don't feel that I should have to take on debt in order to do that. So that's where you have to get creative and make a hybrid model, and you create an NPO to be able to register for grants and whatnot. And then there's organizations like Futurepreneur, who are one of the founding members of the G20 YEA, and they provide seed money for entrepreneurs who are just starting out. And what they do is they assign you a mentor. It's mandatory to have that mentorship, and there's that education component. So with the social sector, if there was a loan that was associated to investing in human capital in that context, if someone was going to be taking on that type of vulnerability of debt in order to help individuals moving forward in other places, that mentorship is a really key component to be able to have someone to walk with you in terms of the accountability, to be able to see has there been an ROI, and being able to measure out all of those cadences, just like Sarah was saying, because social businesses do have that double bottom line. So you won't see the ROI in the camera you gave that boy right away. You'll see it when he's grown and he starts his own media company or becomes a famous photographer, and he uses that camera to be a passport out of poverty. So I think it's very exciting what's happening in Saudi Arabia. I feel that we should help insulate that process because the landscape is a blank canvas that we can paint to raise up that generation. And a majority of the population, according to what they're saying, is, you know, age 35, right?
I think it was 35 or under.
Yeah.
So very young population looking for opportunities, further to Sarah's business, to put values into action.
Yeah.
This is why I wish we had more time, because there's so many neat threads here. I wanted to pick up on the thing, both Mohammed Al-Arifi and others had mentioned the idea of the buying, the kind of the pull of things into this, and the idea of the green or the sustainable consumer. And one of the things that we find challenging with the entrepreneurs in my incubator is often they have well, people should buy this. And our comeback to that is people rarely buy should. They buy value, they buy something that gives them something, but they don't buy something just because it's good for them. And I'm wondering if we can get the thoughts of the panel. And Aurélie, I think I'm going to start with you because you're very much in the branding space. The idea that consumers, the idea that the purchaser can help drive the transition to a more sustainable economy. Thoughts on that? Oh, sorry, Aurélie, you're on mute.
Definitely, the clients I have, they cannot go on with the traditional business as we used to do. For example, when I design a space for them, should it be a stand or a store or a school, they cannot do it like we used to do 10 years ago. So now they are totally aware of this green concern, what we should call not green, but eco concern feeling, which is a main driver for them. And they really want to have a corporate behavior. Actually, it's key for them to show the example because they want to behave like in the big society, in the big firms. And actually, most of the time, they take advantage for the experiences of these big companies. And as all the big companies from the CAC 40 are starting to show the example and to be more and more concerned and to avoid to have a poor idea, a poor image in terms of a social and sustainable capital. All the small companies are doing the same. I mean, it's not possible enough to ignore the cause.
So you've got individual consumers, and thank you for that. But then you've also got bigger set piece consumers. And Mohammed Al-Arifi, you were talking about essentially purchasing on behalf of government being more ethical and more green. I'm going to bring Oliver in on this in a second because there's a money aspect to this. But I wonder if you could talk about the policy aspect, about how government policy can drive the adoption of more sustainable and more social things.
So from policy perspective, I think, especially in the social element, it's not something that you can enforce. You need to encourage. That's why we're saying awareness is very important across all the different dimensions. You need to encourage and educate. Where buying social is good for you economically and socially. And one way we did, we took action in this regard, where we're trying to issue certificate for either social enterprises that has certain classification, because also you don't want to build a train that everyone wants to jump on and everyone is permitted without a ticket. No, you want to control where this is actually a social enterprise, where it generates revenue, sustainable, it has a sustainable business model, as well as it has as the revenue grows, the social impact grows, and it's built for a cause. So if we have that certification or authentication that this business is a social enterprise, later on you will identify what are their needs, and then you can drive the government policy making to serve those needs, do any incentives or any government policies that can support that sector.
Thank you. And I'm going to bring Oliver in on this discussion too, because that's a good example of the role of government. You're talking about the role of large chunks of investment. So how do those two complement each other and work in conjunction with the green consumer and the idea of a sustainable consumer?
Sorry, I missed the start of the question. Could you just reframe that, Alex? Sorry.
Sure. We just had Mohammed Al-Rifi talk about the role of government, green purchasing, the idea of government as a driver, and a very poignant point that you can't mandate that people are going to be ethical and social, but you can kind of help set winning conditions for it. The other half of that, in addition to the consumer, is the investor. So
yes.
So talk to us a little about that.
Yeah, so on the investor side, we're actually seeing increasingly more corporate, very large corporates that have, you know, their own investment arm, whether it's a VC arm or an investment holding company. They're very much behind the shift to funding impact investment. And I think a lot of that is driven by government initiatives. You know, in the UK, we now have the sort of the foundations laid out for social enterprises to collaborate with both government and corporates. And whereas perhaps you could say, you know, 10 years ago, there would be a lot of ticking the box. You know, we build a playground in the local community. We sent 100 of our staff, you know, to volunteer for a day, but it was really about ticking a box. Now we've been seeing, you know, really substantial investment from corporates alongside public and private sector capital. And for us, that's what we need to see. We need to see a massive mobilization of private and institutional and government capital working together. We need to see blended finance options. We need to see a lot more corporations getting involved, and they're seeing the reality to their bottom line. You know, social products do well. I think we have a new generation coming through that look at what their grandparents did, perhaps the decisions they made in the past, and they want to choose a completely different route. So we have a whole new generation of consumers that if your company isn't ethical, they're not going to buy.
Interesting. That very much mirrors Aurelie's point. Fatima, I noticed you were nodding very vigorously during that piece. Anything you want to contribute?
I think the conscience that we need to, this microphone today was a mess. Okay.
Better.
That's better. So I think the main idea of conscious is that we need to get involved, the government, the universities. We need to get all of us involved in this, because in order that someone will take care of himself, like, you need to make people to understand that this is for all of us. It's not just for myself. We need to share value as an impact people that will take care of themselves. And let's say that's part of what we all understand. I guess that in order to make the conscious and actions plan, we can resolve a lot of problems and sharing a lot of value, Alex, because if I understand, if I have a program, if someone has the money, we need to make everyone to work to make these solutions to be global.
Sure, and I'm just going to build on that, and I'm going to bring in Sarah, because she's working very much in the front line of how do you get people to internalize values that, when expressed, make the world more social and make the world more progressive. And I'll share a quick anecdote, but then Sarah, I'd love your take on, is it possible to move the dial on making people more conscious and more ethical? I do a thing with one of the universities here where they bring in people who come from formerly communist countries to learn how to do social. And it's kind of ironic, we're telling people who used to be socialists how to do social stuff. But one of the questions they have when we explain about the vast array of people who are doing social enterprise who are volunteering in their community, who are working through their faith group or their community organization and volunteering their time, the question I get every time I talk to those groups, who pays these people? Why do they do it? Because they don't have the internal value software that says, I should help people. As Mohammed Ashur said about earlier about during Ramadan, there's a tradition of giving, there's a tradition of helping the less fortunate. You're on the front lines of that. Is it possible to make people more ethical through engaging them early?
So we're doing what it takes to get customers to think environmentally and raising awareness at a very young age through our series, through our content, and the parents, children, and schools can learn from that. But getting back to your question, we're a for-profit, but social impact is the drive. It's important for us to also have, again, that double bottom line in order for us to foresee growth, global growth. You know, it needs to intensify the stakeholders to keep it going.
Okay. Interesting. I wonder if anybody else wants to weigh in on this. So the idea is the software that we are running internally, when expressed externally, becomes a more just world. It becomes a more social world. But can we really give people software upgrades? Can we actually look to people to be more? Mohammed Al-Arifi is smiling at this one. What do you think? You're trying to do a version of this on a countrywide scale.
I think the future generation. We're looking at this subject like in a very long and a generation to generation change. I think the future generation is going to do that for us. The cautiousness, the awareness in the future generation is there, and I think in not too long that will be the market where everyone who's even the corporates, the governments who wants to access this market will have to adjust and their configuration to meet their needs, which will be socially cautious.
Very interesting. And I'm looking at Mohammed Ashur, and I'm also looking at the clock in my computer. I know that you've given us 30 minutes and we're already at 40. I just wanted to do a quick time check. Should we begin to wrap up? Sorry, Mohammed, you're on mute.
I think we can have our closing remarks right now. That's doable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I would love to add something regarding what Mohammed and the fellow panelists said. I believe, yes, social impact is the drive and should always be the drive. And it's all about the mentoring, as mentioned earlier. Once you have that person with the right drive to create social impact, and you empower him or her with the right tools to be an entrepreneur, to create ideas, to be innovative, to package products, I think we got it sorted out from two segments, the private and the non-profit. Once we have that humanitarian outside thinking embedded within the baseline or the code of the business, then we have it done. Part of what we do, for example, at Athar is create a sustainable practice into companies where we get the buy-in for CSR and initiatives and social responsibility, corporate volunteering. I try to embed it in 20, 30, 40, 50 years old companies that are huge. But once we do an investment like this with potentially very growing companies that have the social motive and that have the idea and have the motivation, and they lack funding, for example, or they lack empowerment or training, that's a way less expensive investment if we look at it from a financial point of view, but creating a huger impact, a bigger impact. And that's what should be the motive. And for example, in Saudi Arabia, and I believe Mohammed already, Al-Arifi covered this, that the way we look at it is just a business. It's not a train that everyone should be jumping into. It's not a certificate that you hang on your store or office. It's what you stand for, the DNA that we try to build in you. And we're learning from mistakes from the past. We're learning from exposure to different practices. And that's where we try to customize it and have people
actually get the value that fits their need.
So it's always a good sign of a conversation when there's so much more you want to talk about when you get to the end of the time. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to quickly go in the order that people are on my screen because we are up against time. We've had a very bleak several months of COVID and political developments globally and things. People could be feeling a little beaten down. You guys are on the front lines. What's one thing you're hopeful for about right now? One sentence about what you're hopeful about. Mohammed Al-Arifi, you're on the top left of my screen. I'm going to start with you.
Well, first, I hope that this the COVID-19 goes over and everything goes back to normal. But from social entrepreneurship perspective, I hope to see this as a leading industry. I hope to see it as from investment side, from GDP contribution, from job creation. So that's our objective, and that's what we hope for.
Fantastic. Oliver, one sentence. What's making you hopeful right now?
I'm incredibly hopeful by all the young entrepreneurs that I mentor and I talk to and I work with. So I really just want to say a message to all of the youth entrepreneurs at the summit. Be bold, be ambitious, and remember, anything is possible.
Thank you. Steph Limage, one sentence. What's making you hopeful right now?
The sense of community that I've seen within the NGO and NPO world for coordinated community response is something that you would see after a humanitarian disaster in a specific country, but it's broader because it's affecting all of us. So the ability for us all to work together and to unify, to create umbrellas, I feel is a really great way to move forward, because if we stay in a silo alone, you can't impact as many lives. You can't change systemic oppression and reverse inequalities. So it's been such a beautiful experience to see how other people have essentially been forced to work together, whether they liked it or not, and be able to move forward in a new capacity by, joining and merging our resources. And that doesn't necessarily mean financial, but it could be human resources and knowledge.
Sure.
That the element of humility, I feel, is and compassion is extraordinary that we've all had for each other. It's brought us together.
Thank you. Thank you. Sarah Sawaf, one sentence. What are you hopeful for right now?
I'm hopeful for continuous awareness and, as Steph says, the community feel, and that we all remain vigilant and thoughtful to be able to address future social and environmental challenges together.
Great, thank you. Our final two, Fatima and then Orly. Fatima, one thing that's making you hopeful right now?
An opportunity to connect. This is a global way of helping each other. So let's connect everyone.
Connection, thank you. Finally, Orly, one thing you're hopeful for right now?
Definitely a connection as well. So grateful for having been connected to so many people who share the same values and who are totally in line with the goals we have. That I think this is the main reason to be enthusiastic and positive for the next decades.
Awesome, thank you very much. And Mohammed, sure, I know you started everything with your comments, but one quick sentence. What are you hopeful for?
Well, I'm hoping that social entrepreneurship would be the drive for the young entrepreneurs. I can see them watching through this summit, and I hope this will give them a highlight into encouraging them to do so as the last word of this panel. Thank you so much, guys.
Fantastic. I want to thank all of our panelists. It's always great to meet so many accomplished people who are doing such great things. Before we came on, we said, wouldn't it be great if we had a world where we didn't have to do panels like this, where everybody was social and everybody was sustainable? But until that day happens, it's really reassuring to know we have people like you who are still working on this every day. So on behalf of the G20 YEA and our Saudi hosts, thank you for doing this. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Thank you all. Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Rumi.
Yes. Should I start?
Yes, we are live.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Welcome to our session. Our session's topic is resilience and innovation, a continuous involvement redefining business growth and continuity. And as most of you as entrepreneurs know, that resilience is the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. It's an entrepreneur's toughness. And you already know about innovation because there's hardly anyone who is not talking about innovation. Innovation could be a new method, an idea, product, service, process, or the system. And as some of the scholars are saying it, that your creativity gives birth to innovation if you can solve a problem, if you can meet an unmet need, if you can meet more than one needs together, or if you can meet any need in a better manner. And now people are saying that, yes, you have to think about convenience as well. So if you are providing any kind of convenience, this is innovation. Now, summing it all up, resilience, what I understand is that not just how you handle surprises and how you deal with today, but resilience is how you can continue to evolve and deal with future full of surprises. This means that entrepreneurs have to be continuously involved in resilience and innovation. And that is today's topic. And if they have to do that, they have to have a core competency, being able to anticipate and being able to proactively learn. And while we are talking about learning, today we are going to learn together from our guest. Our guest is His Royal Highness Fahd bin Mansour Al Saud, who is an entrepreneur par excellence and also the chair and the president of the Young Entrepreneurs Alliance. You already know him, you have already seen him during this summit. And today we are going to talk to him about resilience and innovation. Welcome, His Royal Highness. My first question to you is, because this is an interview format, that some people say that entrepreneurs are born, not made. Therefore, resilience and innovation, which are characteristics of entrepreneurship, they cannot be learned. But as far as I know, you went abroad for learning entrepreneurship. How was your experience and what did you learn for being resilient and innovative?
Thank you so much for the introduction. I believe that we are all born equally. And based on our life journey, we shape up our capabilities. So even though we are not born with it, we can always be innovative and resilient if we want to. And regarding my educational experience in entrepreneurship, I went to school in Los Angeles to a university called Loyola Marymount. And I had the great chance to join the entrepreneurship major. The experience was different than all my educational experiences because it was about learning the methodology of entrepreneurship and as well as hearing a lot of stories of failures and success of other entrepreneurs. So when I started, I was thinking, how do people think of new ideas and think outside the box and become innovative? And by hearing all these stories, I was able to learn how to identify a problem or a need in a society or a community, and how to find a solution for this problem, and as well the logic of solving it.
And of course, in the other classes, we learned how to do business management and marketing skills and all of that. And as well, I learned about how social entrepreneurship is affecting positively the society. So it has a big impact, and I was inspired by many of the social entrepreneurs that did really well to their society.
Thank you very much. Let's come now towards resilience. Why do you think resilience is important for entrepreneurs?
I think, or I believe actually, that there will be obstacles in the journey of every entrepreneur. So we need to be able to face anything that is coming towards us and be prepared. And we need to either face it or find a way around it. And that's how you think outside the box and try to find innovative solutions. As well as I always believe that persistence is a key to success. And I think resilience and persistency is very important for any entrepreneur.
So what I understand is the quest for resilience is important for entrepreneurs as they are focused on constantly making its future, their future, rather than defending their past. They don't have to wait for a big signal, for a major event to occur that says, hey, listen, change, revise everything. Because if they won't, if that happens, it will be really bad for organization. So they have to continuously learn, as you have already talked about. So another question which is in my mind is that what are the challenges for taking resilience and innovation together? Especially in volatile conditions like pandemic of COVID, because resilience alone and innovation alone, a number of entrepreneurs have been doing it. But when you have to do them together, it's a challenge in itself.
I want to go back to giving you a story of what we have done when we faced a couple of challenges back in the days. So starting a company called Favo required to have a lot of technological experiences and expertise. And we had a lot of big ideas and ambition to compete globally. And with that, I think back in 3 or 4 years from now, we didn't have experts in the region over here that are in standards of our vision and goals. Or actually, they were some experts, but they were over occupied. And we had to actually travel and go to the Silicon Valley. And I planned that with my team, and we all went together. And we learned a lot and met a lot of experts over there that supported us. Many of them joined the summit with us as well. So we started building across borders relationships, and we started to do big connections in other side of the world. And today we are already competing globally, and we learned a lot of new things that we didn't find in our region. We also got the chance to join 500 startups that was brought by MISC Foundation. And I think that it was a great opportunity to go and find what we need and go back and find in our region new accelerator programs that let us think and learn new things. So That was an amazing experience for us, and it helped us to overcome our challenges. As well as we went to China to see how does it look in the other side. And we saw a lot of amazing technologies and startups and founders, as well as all the people that were that is in the ecosystem of entrepreneurship over there. And even in Europe, we went and we explored all of these opportunities. Today, I am proud to say that my team pulled together this summit, and it's all about learning from all the experiences and moving forward. And this is one of the things that we always be happy about when we look back and see that where we were and where we are today and where we're going.
Mashallah, mashallah, this is an excellent event, and I have been watching it for the last 2 days now. And you have given examples of so many countries that how entrepreneurs, they are taking resilience and innovation together. But I can't resist to talk about Saudi Arabia here as well. As you know, that I am privileged to be working with Saudi youth at Prince Mohammed bin Salman College of Business and Entrepreneurship. And we are also teaching entrepreneurship at MBA level. We have our special courses and our signature learning experience. So I just want to share a story with you, with your permission, that when COVID happened, I was calling all of my students, especially those who are entrepreneurs, because I wanted to help them. And I tell you a story. I called one of my students who has just started a business 2 years ago in Saudi Arabia from scratch and in travel and tourism industry. And you know, travel and tourism, everything was going downhill at that time or on halt. So I called him and I said, "How are you, Abdurrahman?" And he said, "Alhamdulillah, I'm doing very well." And I said, "Okay, what are you doing? What have you been doing?" And he told me a story. He said that there were resources. My cars and my vehicle were my resources. People who were working for me were my resources. So I have shifted those resources from travel and tourism to supply chain, which means that in logistics and supply chain. And that's how he was able to survive. That was an example of innovation, thinking differently, and resilience as well. He did not say that I am dying and okay, I have to go back home and I don't have to work. So basically, and what I learned from a number of Saudi entrepreneurs, I was talking to Saudi entrepreneurs. So what I learned, that this is a moment of great pause, reflection, and introspection. And then it is also a moment which is going to come is a great acceleration, because things, those were going to happen anyway, they are now going to happen in a very fast speed. So you have already seen that during the pandemic, technology has evolved. And now the third thing is that it's a pressure cooker for innovation. The innovation is going to go like a blast, especially in education, where everybody is now talking online. And in medicine, where telemedicine and artificial intelligence is going to play a huge role as well. But coming back to you, His Royal Highness, as an entrepreneur, can you please give us some examples of being innovative during pandemic through your own experiences or the people whom you have been working with based on their experiences?
Sure. When we were in Silicon Valley, I got the chance to visit the D Lab in Stanford. So when we were entering, there was a red line over there, and they said, behind this red line, there is no limits for thinking and innovation. And it was designed to be that way. However, I would like to say that we need to have this red line in everyone's floor, and we can step to the other side and be innovative. and don't have limits. And they told us, if you dream about anything, you can achieve it. So I think that one of the main things, especially at this time, is having the braveness to stand still in the middle of the storm. And sometimes we fall, but we need to have the courage to stand up again. And we need to stand up even stronger than before. The world is expecting to recover very soon, and we are always thinking positively. I think that there is a lot of opportunities that this pandemic has gave us, and we think that entrepreneurs will always find their way, and that's what makes them entrepreneurs. So in my opinion, I think we have a lot of things that are expected to come ahead, and we are looking forward to support entrepreneurs globally today and in the near future. And one thing that I would like to say is that we saw a lot of entrepreneurs thinking outside the box in this pandemic. We saw a lot of businesses that pivoted and started to work differently and having new business models. And one of the main sectors is event management. Today, they shifted from physical event management to virtual event management. And that's how we are talking today, me and you. And if we didn't think outside the box, we will always find excuses to not do things. So that's one of the main things. And yes, and I just wanted to say that we also saw how this pandemic pushed us into digital transformation. We saw a lot of on-demand service apps in different industries, whether it's restaurants, supermarkets, pharmacies, and many others. So I think this is an amazing opportunity for every entrepreneur to live this pandemic and learn and get the chance to build up their resilience and innovation.
You're absolutely right. As they say that every chaos, every volatile condition has an opportunity disguised in it. And entrepreneurs are those who go and grab those opportunities based on their innovation and creativity and make things happen, solve people's problems, provide them conveniences. And there are a number of examples that during this pandemic, all over the world, not only in Saudi Arabia, but all over the world, entrepreneurs are creating new opportunities. They are creating a new world altogether. The new normal is this, which we are living in. And things are changing at a very high speed with the help of artificial intelligence and machine learning and many other technologies as well. Now, being the president and the chair of Entrepreneurs Alliance Summit, what would you suggest to young entrepreneurs that how they can continuously learn and be prepared for surprises, because surprises will happen. And if they are not prepared for it, they will miss the boat or the train or the chance to be successful.
Yes. So I believe that having a positive mindset is the first thing I would advise, and of course, believing in yourself. This is something that is a key to persistence. And even if no one believes in you, if you believe in yourself, you will make it. The third thing is always have a survival mode ready. Have it ready whenever you need to switch to it. You don't need to spend time on building it and planning it, because time is valuable, especially when surprises comes. And you need to learn something new every day. We need to be very fast when it comes to adaptation, and we need to be flexible. We need to have risk management skills as well as fast decision making in short time is always better than not taking any action.
So what I have learned from your last point is that it is not applicable. Slow and steady wins the race. Now it's fast and steady wins the race. And sustained adaptability is one of those things which we all have to learn. If we want to be entrepreneurial, if we want to change the world, and if we want to continuously develop ourselves and be successful in our entrepreneurial ventures. Thank you very much, His Royal Highness. It was really a pleasure talking to you and learning from you. All of us have learned during this process, I hope. Thank you very much, everybody, for being a lovely audience. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Entrepreneurship is an inspirational journey that can scale great heights through collaboration, development, and fostering initiatives to advance opportunities for entrepreneurs. As defined by Vision 2030, a roadmap that empowers a nation. Set by our leadership, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz. A vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. Reflecting on our history and gaining momentum from Vision 2030, we are proud to have launched the sectoral councils at Jeddah Chamber. As we focus on strategic sectors in the economy and bring together entrepreneurs, business leaders, SMEs, and key stakeholders to take part in the actions that can support the advancement of the kingdom's economy. Entrepreneurs are a pivotal force in achieving the business growth objectives. And through the Chamber of Commerce, we are determined to join hands towards economic development, job creation, and industry advancement. We look forward to great collaborations that bring together all sectors and turn our SMEs and entrepreneurial initiatives into leading global business entities.
Hello, this is the Communique signing of the G20 YEA summit. Can we call Mr. Alex Gill, please, to start the Communique signing process?
Thank you very much, Mohammed, and thanks to the Saudi team. We're now going to sign our communique. And a reminder for those of us who are joining that the G20 stands for the Group of 20. It's a group of some of the 20 biggest economies in the world. And the highest profile thing that the G20 does when the leaders get together, it's the Leaders Summit. And the leaders of all of those countries get together for a few days. And last year, our Japanese friends hosted that in Osaka, Japan. This year it is in Saudi Arabia. And in the following year, it'll be in Italy. When these leaders get together, they issue a communique that identifies the priorities they all agree upon. The communique is a document that says, we, the leaders of the 20 most important countries in the world, think that these are the issues that we need to work on together. So that in itself is a pretty big deal. While the Leaders Summit attracts global attention, there's a lot going on behind the scenes. There's hundreds of committees and roundtables where there's a lot of work going on throughout the year to prepare what goes into the communique. The media might focus on the meetings and the signing of their communique, but it takes a lot of work to get there. And if we need to wonder how important this is, we live in an interdependent world, and we only have to look at what we've gone through with COVID, and we're still going through with COVID, to understand how interconnected the world is and how important it is that we work on common challenges. The world's become what Marshall McLuhan called a global village. So you need bodies that help us coordinate global affairs. The G20 is one of the most important bodies in this regard, and this year Saudi Arabia is hosting the G20. Now, just as the G20 leaders issue a communique that says, this is what we think needs to be done for all the world's governments, the G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance Summit does this as well, where we have committees drawn from the countries that are going to be around the screen. They work for months to help set the priorities that are in this communique. So individual committees worked on subcommittees that had very specific recommendations in the areas of addressing barriers to capital investment, improving the entrepreneurial education, not just in the school system, but throughout the lifelong learning process of all entrepreneurs, growing the sustainable economy of tomorrow, meaningfully addressing trade barriers, promoting social and economic resilience through digitization. There's a lot of stuff in here that we're saying on behalf of the world's entrepreneurs, this is what we want the world's leaders to think about. Today, we're going to sign that communique to finalize it, and then it's going to be handed off by our Saudi hosts to the Saudi government to bring forward the concerns of the world's entrepreneurs. Now, we're going to go through the communique signing process, and this is a little different this year because we're not doing it in person, so we're going to do it digitally. So we're going to sign the communique with our current and future summit hosts. So I'm going to ask Prince Fahad from Saudi Arabia and Alessandro Sommaccini from Italy to sign first, and then my colleague Mohammed Ashur will call upon other countries in unison. So Prince Fahad, over to you for the first signature.
Thank you, Alex. Signing on behalf of Entrepreneurship Vision, Saudi Arabia. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
And then next will be our next year's host, Italy, Alessandro.
Thank you, Alex. On behalf of Confindustria, Alessandro Sommaschini.
And Mohammed, if you want to call the rest of the countries, please, to sign in order.
I would now call the remaining countries of the G20 YEA. We'll start with Brazil.
Lucas Souza. I'm signing on behalf of Communique, Brazil.
I now call Canada.
Thank you. Dan Wimay, I'm signing on behalf of Futurepreneur Canada.
China.
Thank you. I'm signing on behalf of Future Academy, China.
The European Union.
I'm
signing for Yes for Europe for the European Union.
I now call France.
Ariba Rehman, I'm signing on behalf of Citizen Entrepreneur France. Thank you.
I now call Germany.
Christoph Seidel, I'm signing on behalf of Wirtschaftsunion Deutschland, WJD. Thank you.
I call now to sign India.
Hello, I'm Vishal Agrawal, signing on behalf of Young Indians, India.
I now call Japan for signing. I now call Mexico to sign.
Hello, I'm signing for Coparmex.
I now call South Africa.
Hi, I'm signing for South Africa.
I now call Turkey.
Hello, I'm Melik Rupa Murchian. I am signing on behalf of TÜGİAD, Turkey.
I now call the United Kingdom to sign.
Hi, I'm Alex Mitchell. I'm signing on behalf of the Foundationals and the Institute of Directors in the United Kingdom.
I now call Japan again to sign, please. Do we have the delegate of Japan for signing? Can we ask the delegate of Japan to unmute? And now I would like to ask all delegates who have signed to raise their papers with the signature for the group photo, please.
Ladies and gentlemen watching around the world, you now have a communique signed on behalf of the world's young entrepreneurs. Congratulations. So Mohammed, we hand back to you and your team in Riyadh. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like now to call for the passing of the torch. Can we have Prince Fahad Al Saud, the chair of Entrepreneurship Pigeon, the official member of YEA and chair of the steering committee, for the closing speech? Prince Fahad, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mohammed. Distinguished guests, dear friends. First off, it is hard to express how pleased we are, how pleased we all were to have hosted this year's G20 YEA summit in Saudi Arabia. It is too bad that the event was held virtually, but hopefully we get to meet up next time. I congratulate every one of you for such a successful summit. Thank you all for your hard work, efforts, and support. And to me, it was a great honor to preside over this summit and work with you all. After 2 fruitful days of discussions, presentations, and networking, Our summit successfully produced a set of specific recommendations that will be put forward to G20 leaders to drive action. There is no doubt that the year 2020 has showcased the agility of entrepreneurs and startups as they seek to develop new opportunities and find creative ways to deliver entrepreneurial excellence. I firmly believe that now, more than ever, we all need to unite to harness the potential of entrepreneurs to drive a new generation of sustainable and inclusive growth, especially as the world begins to recover from COVID-19. We have many priorities and goals to achieve, and together we can make it happen. Now, dear friends, it is time for me to pass the torch to the next host of the G20 YEA, Italy, which is represented by the G20 YEA President of the Italian delegation, Mr. Alessandro Sommaschini. Mr. Alessandro, we are always happy and ready to offer our support and work hand in hand towards meeting and delivering benefits of entrepreneurship ecosystem around the world. Buona fortuna, Signor Alessandro, e tutto il meglio. Thank you, everyone.
Invitation for the young entrepreneurs around the world to attend the summit next year at the conveys in Italy. Mr. Alessandro, the mic is yours.
First time in our history, and unfortunately during one of the most difficult challenges of our time. This makes the young entrepreneurs of Confindustria even more proud to bring our voice to the tables of the B20 and the G20. During 2020, we're facing the hardest challenge since the Second World War. A common threat undermining our efforts to build a prosperous and inclusive society. So while the 2020 summit has been taking place in a moment in which our societies are trying to have a global restart, we hope next year, if the pandemic will somehow be under control, we hope we will be moving towards a phase of global renaissance. As in the 15th century, it is now time to refocus on mankind's potential to grow and discover. It's time to find new routes, new scientific discoveries, new ways to approach the market, and new ways to reconcile with the planet. We don't want to be back to normal, we want to be back to better. The pre-COVID era wasn't designed for facing some of the greatest challenges of our time, from climate change to increasing inequality. We need to rethink and redesign some of the key assumptions of our economic models. And during our next summit, we're planning to explore some of the key issues of our time. Globalization and cross-border trade, sustainable development and climate change, digitalization, smart cities, and technologies. We hope to meet you all in person in October 2021 in Italy, in our wonderful cities, Milan, the financial center of the country, and Rome, the political capital, and let me say, one of the most beautiful cities on earth. Of course, the possibility of organizing the event in a physical location will depend on the evolution of the pandemic. But I assure you, we will work very hard and we'll do everything we can to provide the best possible summits, and most of all, to make sure our voice is heard. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Alessandro, for your kind words. Now we'll move to the closing remarks by the Saudi Sherpa, Ms. Sarah Al-Aid. Sarah, the mic is yours.
Your Royal Highness Prince Fahd bin Mansour bin Nasser bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Chair of the G20 YEA Saudi Arabia 2020. Thank you for your wise words, which captured beautifully the spirit of collaboration and innovative thinking we have seen throughout the past 2 days. Distinguished summit guests and delegates, as the G20 YEA Virtual Summit Saudi Arabia 2020 reaches its conclusion, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of you for being part of this insightful and inspiring event. As I am sure you would agree, this has been a highly productive and encouraging 2 days. It has been a pleasure to witness the fascinating dialogue that has taken place and to learn more about the many bright ideas shared by young entrepreneurs and business leaders from around the world. On behalf of the summit's team, I would like to thank everyone who has taken the time to participate in enriching our understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lie on the road ahead. Without a doubt, your contributions have genuinely demonstrated entrepreneurship is a source of innovation and resilience. As we look to the future with a renewed sense of optimism and determination to overcome any obstacles in our path, the message outlined in our summit communique is clear. Access to capital is key to empowering the world's talented entrepreneurs, whose enthusiasm and creativity will fuel the economy recovery in the post-pandemic landscape. With this in mind, tailored financial support must be made available to young entrepreneurs, especially female entrepreneurs. By creating and sharing programs that reduce barriers to capital and easing regulatory burdens, we will allow the business leaders of tomorrow to bring their ideas to life. This generation of startups must also be provided with the support they need to scale up their businesses, particularly those developing innovative solutions for sustainable and resilient healthcare systems. It is essential that we seek to embrace educational programs that connect people across the G20 states to work remotely and collectively on entrepreneurial projects. This will allow us to develop robust entrepreneurial education and skill-building programs with international standards. In addition, the G20 leaders' prioritization of the green economy must be enshrined in national education systems. As we move to embrace the economy of the future, it is crucial to adopt more sustainable business practices and to adapt to the demands of a market that understands the interdependencies of our fragile environment. Accordingly, the world's young entrepreneurs call upon the G20 leaders to reinforce the previous commitments of G20 governments to the measures necessary to balance climate issues with economic growth. Green investments should be prioritized, and young people encouraged to launch environmentally friendly businesses that will help facilitate our transition. The world's young entrepreneurs also renew their call for G20 leaders to protect and enhance the free flow of goods and people that were power post-COVID economic growth. Free access to international markets, customers, and finance will benefit young entrepreneurs and allow more firms to operate seamlessly across borders. It is vital to support e-commerce solutions that will enable the fast and secure international movement of goods and services. Common global access to the internet is needed to support electronic commerce in less developed countries, reduce the digital divide, and ensure these economies can benefit digitally fueled growth. Ultimately, digitalization will be the key to promoting economic and social resilience. As economies worldwide begin to recover from the pandemic, young entrepreneurs across the G20 states will depend on the possibilities of technology-fueled growth. Accordingly, we call upon the G20 leaders to strengthen the policies that will encourage more investment in digital tools and adopt a standard technology development policy across G20. This will help support technological innovation, accelerate economic development, and provide young entrepreneurs with the stable global standards they require. Finally, cybersecurity must be improved by creating a trustworthy mechanism for secure data collection and processing, particularly in the light of COVID-19 measures to track those with potential infections. These recommendations have been developed in the spirit of partnership and in the firm belief that encouraging entrepreneurship across our societies can drive the economic and social renewal of our planet. Distinguished guests, before we conclude, allow me to humbly offer a few words of gratitude to those who helped make the G20 YEA Virtual Summit Saudi Arabia 2020 such a resounding success. On behalf of the summit's team, I would like to express our appreciation to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the wise leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, for their unwavering commitment to youth empowerment, SME, entrepreneurship, privatization, and investments in new industries, as outlined in the National Transformation Strategy, Saudi Vision 2030. We greatly appreciate the help we have received from His Royal Highness Prince Fahd. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for your continuous support to youth empowerment and presiding over the summit. We extend our gratitude to everyone involved in the management of the summit, including organizers, speakers, and panel members who have been working tirelessly to make this an engaging and memorable event. Thank you also to our moderators for ensuring that the summit's proceedings ran smoothly. We wish to thank all our partners and sponsors, hosted by Entrepreneurship Vision and powered by FAVO, and in partnership with key local and global organizations. A big thank you to Global Alliance, G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance, strategy partner Accenture, governmental partners, the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, the Ministry of Investment, Munshaat, the General Authority for Small and Medium Enterprises. Knowledge partners, including Prince Mohammed bin Salman College of Business and Entrepreneurship and King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. Ecosystem partners, Falak, Gen Saudi, 500 Startups, Raz Group, Community Jameel, Saudi Venture Capital Company. Communications partner Trax, Summit sponsors, Spring Rose and Gourmet Cafe. Summit partners, Athar Consultancy, TACT, First Travel Agency, Reserval, ILSA Interactive, and Sustainable. And finally, of course, we thank you, our guests from all over the world, for joining us and enriching the summit with your presence. We have now reached the conclusion of the G20 YEA Summit, Saudi Arabia. The next summit will, of course, take place in Italy. Once again, we congratulate Mr. Alessandro Somaccini, President of the G20 Entrepreneurs Alliance, Italy, and his team. We look forward to next year's event. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for the closing remarks. It's been a pleasure having you yesterday and today. It's been a pleasure working with all of you throughout the last few months. This is the G20 YEA Summit happening virtually in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, signing out. See you soon.
Hello everyone, my name is Fadi Ghandour. I am the CEO of Honda. Welcome to the delegates to the G20 Summit. Guests, friends, young entrepreneurs. The world is facing massive challenges. Primary among them is the current COVID challenge, which is affecting everyone and affecting every country and every economy. But there are so many other challenges that have been building up over the years. The world needs to be sustainable. Climate change is affecting everyone. The challenge of access to education, digital divide, poverty, these are all massive challenges. Entrepreneurs are the people that are going to solve these challenges. They are the people that are going to build the new businesses of the world. That is going to create the new 21st century economy. They are the future. They are the hope. They are the innovators that are going to address these big challenges. And there are huge opportunities. And you young entrepreneurs are the people that are going to make a big difference for us, creating new jobs and addressing these issues that the world has been facing for quite some time now. So it is your chance, it is your opportunity. The world should support you, governments should support you, and the private sector should step up and be part of this change process. And we are here to try our best to do that for you. So thank you for the government of Saudi Arabia for hosting the G20, and thank you everyone for listening to this message.
Alaikum. Welcome everyone to our session on education and innovation. Thank you very much for waiting as well. We've been having a wonderful discussion backstage with the panelists, a very distinguished group of people, that education and innovation are topics that we're also passionate about, that perhaps limiting it to 30 minutes may be very challenging. However, we will do a good job. We've also been discussing the necessity of education for innovation and, of course, innovation for entrepreneurship. Please allow me to welcome all of the speakers. I will begin with introducing myself. I'm Asma Siddiqui from Saudi Arabia with MBS College of Business and Entrepreneurship. And I believe you have preceding this panel discussion, been watching a video about our college. We're passionate about fostering an entrepreneurial mindset and developing entrepreneurial leaders. And we have with us David Choi, who is a professor of entrepreneurship. He's with the Fred Kiesner Center for Entrepreneurship at Loyola Marymount University. We have Aziz Saeed, co-founder and COO of Noon Academy, which we're all very proud of in this part of the world. Rakan Al-Aidi, founder of Chizer, amongst many other roles he plays. Kevin Kai Chang, with the founder of Kai Analytics. Tianqi Han, the president of Future Academy, as well as the serving president of the G20 YEA China, and Rahul Mirchandani, the chairman and managing director of the very exciting Aries Agro Limited, and the founding president of Commonwealth Asia Young Entrepreneurs Alliance, and the G20 Alliance India. And welcome, all of you. I would like to start off by asking each one of you to spend 1 minute in just enlightening us as to where you fall on this chain of education, innovation, entrepreneurship, and what is it that you are passionate about. Shall we start with David, Dr. Choi?
Sure. So I'm at a university. So we're in the job of doing what universities do, producing intellectual capital, developing entrepreneurs, developing employees who will be in entrepreneurial companies, and certainly developing technical talent. But you know, in these days, you got to do more as a university. So we actually also incubate companies, and we create companies that are ready for the market the moment our students graduate. Not all the time, not that many, but still some a decent amount every year. And what I'm really passionate about is a couple of things. I'm really passionate about producing companies that really make an impact on society in terms of the value they create, maybe the change they create in society. I'm also really passionate about developing entrepreneurial talent, helping our students become better talents by the time they graduate.
Thank you very much. Aziz.
Hello, everyone. I'm Aziz from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Myself, I used to teach university. I hold a PhD in science. I taught machine learning and coding, and I was always limited by the number of students I could teach every day. I used to teach 25 students a day. Now I'm lucky that Communique Academy, we taught 7 million students so far. So
Aziz, you're slightly muffled.
Okay. Am I audible now?
That's better,
okay.
Yes.
So again, you know, I'm a teacher by heart. I used to teach in university. I taught coding, machine learning, and I was lucky to teach, 20 students a day. But always, wanted to scale that. And now I'm lucky enough to Communique Academy to have been to have taught more than 7 million students through the platform. And we believe that the innovation in education happens in years rather than one way.
We're losing you again.
Okay.
That's better. That's better. Okay. You're back.
Yeah. So Communique Academy, we facilitate peer-to-peer learning, and that we believe this is the best way for innovation to happen. That students discover ideas and challenges that they tackle together with their peers, and that's what we do in an academy.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Rakan.
Yes, pleasure to be with you. My name is Rakan Al-Aidi. I'm the founder of Shizer Tech, a tech startup that I've been operating for a year. Previously, I've spent 9 years of my life into entrepreneurship education and also development. I established Endeavor in Saudi Arabia. It's a global nonprofit that supports high-impact entrepreneurs. And then moved into the other side of the fence, the investment fence. I joined a Silicon Valley-based 500 startups, VC, where we also focus a lot on developing entrepreneurs through accelerator programs. And today I'm trying to become an entrepreneur myself, walking the talk after 9 years of helping others.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you here. Kevin.
Hello, bonjour, everyone. It's very humbled to be amongst this wonderful panel today. And just kind of pinging off of Dr. Choi's comment about education, as much of the innovation and new technology are born out of university research. And I've been in the industry for just over a decade now. But from my research, 30% of new undergraduate students unfortunately drop out after their first year. And it costs a lot of money, like about 37 billion in tuition just in the US alone. And universities get at the heart of research and innovation. And so what we've been doing at Kai Analytics is we've been working with universities and colleges in Canada and the US to help them make sense of what students are saying, what faculties are concerned about, and more recently kind of help them measure campus climate, just using the words they say. So we kind of put the student words to action. And I think for me, what I'm passionate about is that in this time of all this talk about automation and AI, the beautiful thing about language is that it's still inherently human in nature, so that, you know, you got to find the nuance and the balance and the science and the art of the things. And that's a challenge I'm very passionate about. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Kevin. Tianqi, love to hear from you.
Thank you. Good to meet you in this virtual summit. My name is Tianqi. I'm currently serving as the president for Future Academy. Also, it is the hosting organization for G20 YEA in China. We're a national organization supported by the government, especially to boosting exchanges and the collaboration between Chinese entrepreneurs and the others overseas. Now, I'm very passionate, also along with my team, we're very passionate to building, you know, bridges for entrepreneurs across borders. Right now, our organization has a council of top entrepreneurs in China. We have 15 sub-communities, 10 in China and 5 overseas. And we also help select and help foreign tech company to land and grow in China. We provide very direct and solid support, such as $500,000 to $2 million of grant, which, you know, it's a sponsor. It does not take your equity. And in the past 12 months, we've successfully, along with our partners, successfully helped 20 tech companies to land and grow in China. We're very proud of that. And good to connect with you all. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. That's very valuable information too for many entrepreneurs, I'm sure. And last but not least, Rahul.
Salam, namaste. This is Rahul from Mumbai in India. Very proud to be part of the founding group that put together the G20 Young Entrepreneur Alliance. We are part of CII's Young Indians. What we do is we actually have thousands of people in 51 cities in India who have come together to converge, lead, co-create, and influence India's future. And these are necessarily the foundation of this is education. And we have a lot of entrepreneurs who are mentored and put together very structured programs within the CII Young Indians ecosystem. As a business person, I run an agribusiness company, have 9 million farmers, and there's a lot of education that goes into selling specialty farm inputs in India. And I'm very proud to have education at the core of everything I do, whether it's in the entrepreneurship space in YI or whether it's at work at Aries Agro.
Thank you so much, Rahul. And obviously many of you are educators, either by default or by virtue of what you do. You support this ecosystem of entrepreneurship in many different ways, whether it's policy or action, etc. But going back to education as a central theme here, what would you say is the missing link between education and innovation, and what role do you think formal and informal education entities are playing at the moment to address it? Or what role should they be playing to address it? Perhaps we could start with Dr. Choi. David.
Sure. I think, you know, schools are doing many things better and better. At least I like to think so. But, you know, we have to play a very effective role in being the bridge between traditional academia and what's needed in the industry. So, you know, when it comes to technology, for example, I think we have to be better at licensing and commercializing and making entrepreneurs have better, easy access to technology. I think when it comes to education, we really need to be better at developing entrepreneurial talent, like I mentioned before. If you look at athletes 100 years ago and athletes today we know a lot more about athletics, so our athletes perform much better. We can't say the same thing about entrepreneurial talent right now, but I think with all the research going on, you'll see some years from now, the entrepreneurial talent being much more advanced and better than they were or they are today. So let me just start off with those.
Thank you. Who would like to take the question also? Rahul, please go ahead.
Actually, one of the things we found as a gap, Asma, was the fact that most education institutions teach best practices and case studies and things that have already been done. And the way the world is emerging, we believe that a best practice is no longer good enough. And therefore, one of the big gaps that we love to fill when we create entrepreneurs who are innovative is to go from a best practice to a next practice. And a next practice is a completely new way of doing things, where scale, speed, precision, price to performance, sustainability, and the rule of law and rights become the core and fundamental of what we need to sort of inculcate within the entrepreneurial spirit. And this is something that we try to do within YI as through our entrepreneurship and innovation vertical, where we try to sort of make this an internal part of the being of every young entrepreneur. And sort of they are able to make this fundamental to everything that they set out to do. And another very core element is institutionalizing financial literacy right from the school level. Because unless from the school level, from 5th, 6th grade, we do not have financially literate young people, there is no way that they would kind of get that drive or even the wherewithal to have the skills to become an entrepreneur. So I think the next practices and financial literacy, I believe, are the two missing links that the whole world kind of needs to work around.
That's very interesting, and perhaps even more so, being the only female on this panel, I could say even more so, incorporating it into formal education, because young girls don't necessarily have the advantage of acquiring this, from their environment so much. I believe, Kevin, you wanted to add something to that, and Tianqi as well, right?
Yes, and I think from a perspective of a kind of a consulting company, moving more towards technology each day, I kind of maybe answering your question in reverse. Right now in Canada, from what I've seen and what I've experienced, the federal and provincial government has created very quickly a lot of youth internship programs that ties companies like me to hire them, especially during this time of disruption in the labor market. These programs come in the form of even 100% wage subsidies to 50%, and it's been very good for us. We've been able to kind of get the extra support we need in terms of marketing and developing new kind of formulas and technologies. But to kind of answer your question now, that what I see is missing, just in this kind of the short term, is that the rollout has been so rapid, so quickly, that there has not been a lot of follow-up in terms of evaluating outcomes. And I think that's really important for the next step for governments and the G20 nations that do have these type of programs or are thinking about it. For me, I think I can safely say our interns had a really positive experience. I know I did, and we both learned from each other. But I do hear stories about, sometimes they're either burnt out or maybe they've been let go early, and that's not a very positive experience. Even in the light that you're receiving these public funds. So I think the next step in terms of what's missing is having some due diligence around these programs.
Absolutely, that's very valuable. Tianqi, and then maybe Aziz. Oh, sorry, and Rakan, then Aziz. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to echo what Rahul just mentioned, because here in the G20 YEA China Council, we also have a large group of top entrepreneurs and top talents across China. After you studying them and you analyze deep how they found their company, what kind of difficulty they have go through in order to succeed and become a quite successful entrepreneur, you have to admit that entrepreneur as a professional is not for everyone. It's just for a small group of people. But what we want to emphasize is that entrepreneurship as a spirit is definitely for everyone. It means to innovate. It means to take calculated risk and be brave to take action. But it does not necessarily mean everyone has to be entrepreneurs. The risk is much higher than going to a company to have your work. So what we are trying to teach in our community is entrepreneurial skill. If you take this skill to be an entrepreneur, okay, that's your choice. But we have to admit that not everyone is should be entrepreneur. And I do agree with Rohit just mentioned. It requires a length of education in order to be succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Rakan.
Yeah, I think also what we have noticed during our work, back to your question about innovation and dedication, one of the things that's missing in this part of the world, in the MENA region, is that understanding the difference between innovation and invention. Most of the youth that we encountered is that they believe that in order to be innovative, you have to invent something new, while innovation is just applying a new methodology for something that exists. Particularly, one of the areas that we have noticed that's missing is the business model innovation. Sometimes current businesses has ability to reintroduce themselves, to get innovated. I mean, if we look at, for example, Uber, it did not invent a new way of transport. It's just a business model innovation, a pure case of that, for ordering a cab during through your phone using the geolocation and all the technologies that existed post 2010 and post the financial crisis back in 2008. So sometimes what we need to educate our entrepreneurs and our youngsters is that innovation could come from anywhere. It's not necessarily that you have to invent something new. And most importantly, it could be a business model innovation, not a product or a new category or something.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very valid. Thank you. Aziz.
So this is at one point to what the fellow panelists have mentioned already. I've been lucky to be part of the formal education system, both as a student and as an educator. Then a founder of 3 startups. 2 of them failed already. The latest one is going. And also one of my startups, I used to, we spent like almost 2 years in one of the incubators here in Saudi. I think I was lucky enough to experience, the 3 aspects of it. And I think, on top of what has been said, which is spot on, to be honest, I think what this region needs is a success story that inspire people, that goes from the region, that people can relate to and can connect to. I know that MBSC courses are using use cases of successful entrepreneurs from the region and successful businessmen, and I think that gives more relevant experiences, or even make people more confident about themselves. They can make those successes happen in this region. So I think bridging the gap between what can be done or what have been done by other entrepreneurs successfully in the region, and embedding that into our education system, and so making people more confidence about themselves, especially the learners in their early stages.
Yeah, no, absolutely. In fact, it's a very small step between having the role models and the successful models, and then innovating the business model in order to move on to the next step. If I could draw a little bit on some of what you said, it was very interesting to see these overlaps. Kevin, you talked about evaluating outcomes, what works, what doesn't work. David, you talked about the athletes of today, and I liked what Rahul said about next practice as well. I think there is a synergy in the comments, in that the next practice for athletes was going from their ability to more technique and learning from what the metrics told them, etc. So there are many hubs of support in this ecosystem of entrepreneurship, supported by education, formal or otherwise, and innovation. And yes, perhaps it is time to look at both data or anecdotally qualifying it, quantifying it. In your opinions, what is and isn't working, and how do you think we can take advantage of the tools such as AI, big data, and others, and especially given that we've been given this opportunity for a great reset, as Wef would say, with this crisis or pandemic forced upon us? What do you think is working and what isn't working? What can be tweaked, perhaps? Who would like to take that?
Well, let me just say that I love Rahul's concept of next practice, because usually, just like Raul mentioned, business schools often follow practice, and we should be leading practice as well. So I love the concept. And I think when it comes to improving entrepreneurial talent, I think there are ways to break things down, just like you might break down athletes' bodies into muscles and ligaments and bones and so on. Rakan mentioned, entrepreneurs need to understand the business model aspect. So I think entrepreneurs need to understand certainly the business stuff, but you also need to break down what else they need to learn. They need to learn certain these new entrepreneurial skills, for example, the lean startup and so on. And then they also need to develop their entrepreneurial mindset, right? And those are three separate categories of things you need to teach. And often some people only teach one or two of those, right? Certain accelerators might teach the business model, but not the entrepreneurial mindset, or vice versa. Okay, so I think those have to be worked on. And when Aziz mentioned, you guys over there need more role models and stuff, I'll just say you just need to be a little patient, because these things take time. I remember seeing a study of, I think, England, where the country spent a lot of money on entrepreneurial investment. Nothing happened. They quit investing in it. 10 years later, all of a sudden, entrepreneurial activity starts spurring all over the country, right? Because all the investment that was made 10 years ago is finally taking off, right? So I think one of the ways to make things work is actually just be a little bit more patient.
Thank you. Yes. Who'd like to add to that? Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think, Asma, I'd like to talk about from the rural side. When we talked about what works and what doesn't, AI and machine learning and a lot of data analytics are actually being done at the core of what rural India perhaps comes out in the forefront to do. And in the last 6 months, frankly, rural India and farmers have surprised us in terms of the speed and the agility with which they've actually adapted technology so seamlessly. In fact, I deal with 9 million farmers, and the entire farmer training program of my company is actually now moved completely online. And to see them simply click and connect, accept that information, and then go and make a purchase, because every knowledge that is shared goes along with a mobile coupon that they redeem for a purchase of the product on which they have actually been trained, which tells us exactly the kind of success in terms of conversion that has taken place. We've also seen farmers looking at good agricultural practices, being trained using machine learning, using photographs that they send to a central server and get their symptoms and deficiencies mapped. And all of this has happened just using images and video. The fact that we've actually been able to digitize in rural India without the written word, but using the language of images and the language of video very, very easily to break the literacy barrier, and been able to just use the data connectivity that India is blessed with to train farmers in the remotest parts of the country extremely seamlessly. So I think the AI, ML, the entire data connectivity, data access, rural India has surprised us in the last 6 months, which basically meant the point is we actually don't realize the power of what's already in our hands. And these kind of situations have allowed us to sort of to use those very, very effectively.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Who would like to add to that? Kevin, please.
Yeah, I heard like a common theme about learning from the panelists, and I think that's really important, so much so, if we're talking about AI and big data and data science more generally, I think the biggest thing is, as entrepreneurs who are thinking of entering this space or wanting to kind of commercialize it even more, is to really know and separate the buzzword from what's actually possible. We especially, there's a lot of growing understanding now about biases in big data, biases in AI. Just looking at in our work, when we look at professions and stuff, you quickly see gender biases just from the words, and nurses, housewives, or something are unfortunately associated with female. Firemen, policemen are more associated with male. and then other nuances like that. So as we start applying these tools and finding new novel applications, we have to be quite aware of this bias and know its limitations. Otherwise, it's a lot of money from not just your own pocket, but from public innovation programs or hubs that might just go down the hole. And you find yourself, sometimes more often than not, and end up doing things manually to try to fix things. So we have to be mindful of that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Rakan, please.
Yeah, I think we are living in a very interesting time. This crisis has changed things, and I believe it has changed things forever. What we lived in for the past 7, 8 months during this year, it just reminds me of 2008 when the financial crisis hit. After the financial crisis, we start seeing innovative entrepreneurs creating unicorns, creating their amazing startups. People like the founders of Airbnb or Uber, as I mentioned, or even companies locally in the e-commerce sector. So I believe we are living in a very interesting era that is representing an opportunity to use AI, machine learning, blockchain, all these new technologies and build something new, build something that is not based on best practices, just like Dr. Rahul said. It's based on new practices or mixed practices. I think we're going to see entrepreneurs that going to write on their companies founded in 2020, the year where the whole world shut down. It will be very interesting time the next 3 to 5 years to see what startups going to come and out of this crisis and scale at fast.
Indeed, absolutely. Yes. Tianqi or Aziz, would you like to add to that? Please go ahead, Aziz.
Yeah, so I'll speak about education, especially the formal education in the schools, the shutdown of schools during the past few months. We always realize the importance of school systems to allow innovation and also to embed innovation in the mindset of students. And, the transformation that happened during the pandemic, especially for a majority of the schools, they switched to online teaching, I would say, not online learning. So it is more of a teaching, one-way broadcast that doesn't allow the collaboration or even, the feedback loop to happen between learners and teachers. And I think data can play a really good job there, and technology as well, to facilitate the learning from others. And I want to just emphasize on how data can be really, really important to personalize the learning experiences for students, and also to allow them to learn from others. And I think, again, the data and the machine learning and data science can really be very helpful there if it's used properly.
Thank you. Thank you. Tianqi?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to just add a little bit. As I mentioned, we are the tech company who are interested in exploring the Chinese market. And if anyone among the audience were interested in getting the support that I mentioned, please do contact us. Not only the sponsorship grant, but also we offer 3 years of free office and free accommodation for the key staff. So back to the topic, and we're talking about innovation. Future Academy, we after studying quite a few of our key members, top entrepreneurs, some of them are founder of the unicorn companies in China. We realize that if you dig deeper, not only how they started their first company, but also how they get this idea. We're facing a lot of challenges, and we're having a lot of new ideas. Why it is them who took that action and created this wonderful new solution and overcome all these challenges. We realize that if you want to really become an innovator, you need to take innovation as your daily habit, and don't ignore small things. Everything will start from small. If you start with something small and keep improving on that, when that final opportunity strike, you can took that chance. But if you don't take innovation and think a step forward, a bravery to take action as your daily habit, you will ignore everything that happened around you. So this is something that's from our study shows, and we want to add. Thank you.
Innovation is a daily habit. No, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. I had a feeling we'd be running over time, and we're already at 29 minutes. But if I may, we won't have time for another long question. So I just want everyone to maybe comment on their takeaway from this. This has been a very interesting year, a year where many have pivoted. You've heard a lot about the approach, the challenges, what is and isn't working, et cetera, where the gaps may be. What's your takeaway, in a sense, from the year, the panel, the conference, and all the other amazing virtual meetings that we've been having throughout the year and around the G20 themes? So just your takeaway from these series of conversations and exchanges and experiences. David, again, we might as well.
Sure. I think what Tanchi said was very, very interesting. So it's back to the mindset, right? Having the right mindset, looking at problems, that's very important. And you guys mentioned challenges a lot. And I think there are many, many challenges around the world. Think about the environment, think about all those kind of things. I think there are many, many technological solutions that are available. In LA, I see companies that make, equipment that reduces carbon emission immediately by 50%. I see technologies that extract water out of thin air, and so on. So I think there are so many opportunities out there. It's a very exciting time for entrepreneurship.
Thank you very much. On the screen, I have Rakan or Rahul. Rahul, go ahead, and then Rakan, and then we'll just go to the screen.
Well, I think, it's an amazing time to be alive. I think there's a time that would really define the future world. It's really this time. And I think we are blessed with that opportunity. What I think are the new skills required for an entrepreneur in this time. A very, very different set of skills, which would be focused on resilience, on agility, on courage, on passion, purpose, and also on wisdom. So I think this entire set is very different from the kind of skill sets you would perhaps have trained people for in the past. So I think the skill sets for an entrepreneur are very, very different, and the way they pitch their personal brand is going to be, I think, the way they define the future.
Thank you.
I think I'll wear the hat of an entrepreneur in this. I think what I learned this year is that entrepreneurship and innovation is a process. It's a journey, it's not a destination. And this is the year where you need all that resilience, you need all that pivoting, you need to be innovative to survive. One thing that I'm fully believing in is that if you pass 2020 as an entrepreneur, then you are into creating something big and something highly scalable. Because if you survive, then the future is really, really bright.
Thank you very much. I've got Tianchi, and then Aziz, and then Kevin.
To me, I think a key takeaway is that do stay connected with the rest of part of the world, because there are so many changes, so many opportunities happening, across borders, and we are a true believer of international collaboration, and we've seen so many, good technology that is might not be working in your own country, but is working perfectly in other countries. So, believe in internationalism and let's collaborate.
Thank you very much, Aziz.
I think the past 9 months was a really great life course for humanity, to be honest. We saw, resilience, we saw innovation, not only in companies or entrepreneurs level, even countries level and states. And the key takeaway for me on that, we saw lots of things, lots of trends we expected. For example, education technologies. We expected 10 years for education technologies to be there. I think that accelerated only in 8 months. And what have been achieved in the past 10 years, in my belief, it's been achieved in 6 months or 8 months. And that can apply, to many other domains. And again, it's opportunity for those who wanna, get get there and get their ideas and businesses to thrive there. So I think that was a great opportunity, and I believe it was really blessed. I was really blessed to be part of it.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Thank you. Kevin.
Yes, thank you. I guess I would just end first by just recognizing that I've been very privileged during this global situation that before that we've mostly been working remotely, and when things changed and every one of us had to pivot, what I've noticed is really the borders have disappeared because it's very easy now to collaborate with people. I collaborated with an intern from Korea. I collaborated with researchers from Vancouver and UBC, and right now I'm in Japan right now. So there's a lot of opportunities now, and for those entrepreneurs who are working with digital technology or even wanting to look at other options, I really recommend you kind of learn what the universities are in your area, learn about some of their programs, because a lot of them have industry partnership programs right now. And there's a lot of shared collaboration, students benefit, and you'll learn something as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Kevin, and thank you all so much. I think as the moderator, I won't be commenting on what I've learned this year, but really, what can I synthesize from this panel discussion? And I think my key takeaway here would be that there seems to be a need for a shift in my mindset from education for entrepreneurship to really using that term as learning for innovation. And that learning is both skills and going through formal education, financial literacy, as you said, Rahul, etc., and learning to adapt to a certain mindset, learning to innovate on a daily basis, learning to think about leading and not following, learning from data, surveys, new technologies, and then using that to really empower oneself to innovate, either in terms of daily life challenges, but also for potentially entrepreneurship, which may or may not be for everybody. A wonderful panel and a group of very distinguished panelists, for which I thank the G20 YEA Summit organizers. Thank you all very much. You've been your contributions have been amazing, all the way from Japan, China, India, Saudi Arabia, and LA. This has been really wonderful. I hope our viewers have also learned a lot from this. Thank you. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
It is a great pleasure to take part virtually at the G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance Summit. I would like to thank His Royal Highness Prince Fahad bin Mansour bin Nasser bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, Saudi Chair and President for the G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance Saudi Summit 2020, for giving us the opportunity to be part of this summit. Ties between the United Arab Emirates and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia represent a unique and exceptional model of bilateral relations. The strength of the strategic partnership and integration between our two countries is based on brotherhood, cultural heritage, and shared destiny. We are grateful to be part of this highly respectful and prestigious event that is being organized by our brothers in the kingdom. In spite of the exceptional circumstances the entire world is currently experiencing, we are able today to meet virtually to discuss vital issues thanks to digital technologies that made such summit and meetings a possibility. Technology is continuously evolving, and it is a key enabler of the future, and it is the youth that will lead the journey toward the future. Therefore, young entrepreneurs and SMEs are cornerstones and key drivers of the economic growth and job creation, in which the government and the region are increasingly focusing on nurturing the growth of the youth, innovators and entrepreneurs, combined with the knowledge, skills, technology and financial competencies to achieve sustainable development. I would like to call on young people everywhere to seize every opportunity when it's come to leveraging the latest technology in developing innovative projects and startups that serve as development engine in their countries. Thank you all, and I wish you a fruitful day ahead.
Hello everyone, my name is Fadi Ghandour. I am the CEO of WAMDA. Welcome to the delegates to the G20 Summit, guests, friends, young entrepreneurs. The world is facing massive challenges. Primary among them is the current COVID challenge, which is affecting everyone and affecting every country and every economy. But there are so many other challenges that have been building up over the years. The world needs to be sustainable. Climate change is affecting everyone. The challenge of access to education, digital divide, poverty, these are all massive challenges. Entrepreneurs are the people that are going to solve these challenges. They are the people that are going to build the new businesses of the world. That is going to create the new 21st century economy. They are the future. They are the hope. They are the innovators that are going to address these big challenges. And there are huge opportunities. And you young entrepreneurs are the people that are going to make a big difference for us, creating new jobs and addressing these issues that the world has been facing for quite some time now. So it is your chance, it is your opportunity. The world should support you, governments should support you, and the private sector should step up and be part of this change process. And we are here to try our best to do that for you. So thank you for the government of Saudi Arabia for hosting the G20, and thank you everyone for listening to this message.
Entrepreneurship is an inspirational journey that can scale great heights. Through collaboration, development, and fostering initiatives to advance opportunities for entrepreneurs. As defined by Vision 2030, a roadmap that empowers a nation. Set by our leadership, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz. A vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. Reflecting on our history and gaining momentum from Vision 2030, we are proud to have launched the sectoral councils at Jeddah Chamber. As we focus on strategic sectors in the economy and bring together entrepreneurs, business leaders, SMEs, and key stakeholders to take part in the actions that can support the advancement of the kingdom's economy. Entrepreneurs are a pivotal force in achieving the business growth objectives. And through the Chamber of Commerce, we are determined to join hands towards economic development, job creation, and industry advancement. We look forward to great collaborations that bring together all sectors and turn our SMEs and entrepreneurial initiatives into leading global business entities.